Hello! Hello, Arvich. Hello, L Protector. We're gonna be continuing on with, this game, that's for sure. I kinda stopped at chapter 1 because chapter 1 was super fucking long and I had to go and eat and shit like that. Hey Shay. Hey Luna Kami. How can you let me know what, special about NG9 and Alyssa? The bosses gets harder, that's it. Like, the bosses in the game just gets harder. Or like, the enemies and bosses in the game just get harder and harder and harder. So, each time that you complete the game, it gets harder. And, if you have a lot of the weapons, then yeah, that's good enough, you know? If you have all the weapons, all the upgrades, all everything, I think the only thing that you can do right now is, use the saber. I think using the saber is like a good thing to rack up money and such. Cause, yeah, I think that's an easy kind of thing. Eating shit. So what the fuck does that mean? That's an amazing mechanic. I mean, it is kind of a mechanic. I do want to mention as well. I think a few things. If you want to talk about Silent Hill, I will be willing to talk about Silent Hill in the stream. Because I'm a Silent Hill runner, I speedrun Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then the new Silent Hill stuff, amazing, I guess. There's only one game that I'm gonna be very interested in, which is F. So, I guess I will talk about that later. And also, I got into the whole Halo Fest Twitch team thing, so... I'm probably gonna be on the front page of... You said it? What do you mean I said it? I'm gonna be on the front page of... Twitch next week, if I'm not mistaken, because of the HaloFest stuff. I actually got accepted to get into that, and I'm like really excited to actually... I'm really excited to, join in. Wow, the game just crashed all of a sudden. Alright, this game crashed on me. Already crashed on me! What do you mean I said it? Why not Townfall? Townfall is more... Isn't Townfall... Congrats? Thank you for the congrats. Isn't Townfall... Like... I don't know what Townfall is at the moment, because, you know, Townfall hasn't been talked about yet. And the only thing that I know about is just a fucking radio, and that's about it. Yeah, that's about it. It's just a radio. I don't know anything else other than it being a radio. It's by Annapurna. I mean, it's gonna be published by Annapurna. It's not gonna be an... It's totally gonna be an Annapurna game, but it's gonna be published by Annapurna. I don't think Annapurna actually make games, unless they actually do make games. Like Neon White and Stray that actually came out this year. Other than that, like, they are a company that actually publishes games, not, you know, whatever it is. Dude, Silent Hill F is like one of the most amazing trailers I've ever seen, because it's like Siren. Hold on. Oh god, please don't fall!
The dimensions of this desolate tract are unknown to all but the inhabitants.
Alright, thank you, Cheshire Cat. Don't really care. Silent Hill F seems like one of the most amazing fucking trailers I've ever seen, because of the... Where's the... Oh, okay. Because of the... Whatever it is. Where's the fungus looking stuff? Hold on. Fungus looking stuff, blooms through the pores. Yeah, it's that shit. Hey, Flapjack. What do you mean, don't care, didn't ask, no bitches, you're a cat? Oh, you mean a Cheshire Cat? Yeah, probably. Cheshire Cat. I don't really care about Cheshire Cat, so like, yeah, yeah, don't care, didn't ask, shut the fuck up. Fucking cat. I thought it was beautiful, and then the face fell off. Dude, the face fell off is like fucking great. it reminds me of like Siren and Fatal Frame together, but like it's more of a Silent Hill kind of thing. And also at the same time, they're making a whole like, if I'm not mistaken, it's 1960s. Yeah, it's a 1960 Japanese spin-off kind of thing. It was so good. I can't wait for F. I really just can't wait for F. 2 Remake kind of just looks eh. The only reason why is because, you know, it's made by fucking, it's gonna be made by Bloober. And I'm like, no. Maybe if I played a medium, I would see how it's like, but I remember playing like fucking Blair Witch and I was like, yeah, it's alright, until like the very last part of it, and I was like, fuck me. No, it's not a leak. It's like the actual game. They announced 4 games and 1 movie yesterday. What about the movie? We'll see about the movie. I've never watched any of the movies yet, so we'll see. But yeah, Silent Hill 2 Remake, I don't know how to feel about Silent Hill 2 Remake. Silent Hill 2 Remake just seems like it is what it is, but I don't know. We'll see. It's made by Bloober. I'm not really gonna be very interested with like Bloober stuff. First movie is one of the best video game movies in my opinion. We'll see about that because I have not really watched any of the movies yet. But yeah, Flapjack. If you didn't know, Konami actually announced 4 Silent Hill games and yeah, 4 Silent Hill games and 1 Silent Hill movie that is gonna come out like, I don't know, 2024 or something like that. But I think Silent Hill 2 Remake is gonna be coming out. So there's like 4 games. So there's like 4 games. Silent Hill 2 Remake is one of them. Silent Hill Townfall is another one, which I don't know about Townfall because if you're gonna talk about Townfall, I don't know anything about it yet. Ascension is the one that it looks like whatever that thing is, but it's a whatever. It looks like fucking Dead by Daylight, but it's a interactive story or like a Twitch interactive story or some kind of interactive story. And then you got Silent Hill F, which is one of the games that I'm really excited for because, you know, Silent Hill F is pretty much something that I'm looking forward to. That's it. I really have to go there. Yes, I do have to go there. Oh shit. I got fucking pummeled. Got fucking pummeled in the ass. Press F to dead series. I don't think it's gonna be that much dead yet, but we'll see. Oh wait, I went here. Oh, I'm stupid. I didn't realize I came here. Oh god. Oh fuck. What would you choose? Will be canon? Yeah, it will be canon. Omega lol. Canon. Haha. Dude, they're gonna talk about fucking foreskin. Yo, it's canon as well. Am I right? Yo. They're gonna talk about fucking whoever's like fucking foreskin is gonna be canon. That's for sure. Henry Thompson's foreskin. There we go. It's crazy enough to even hear about fucking 4 Silent Hill games and 1. I guess, yeah, 4 Silent Hill games and 1. Hold on, what the fuck is this again? Okay, it just raises this up, right? Yeah, it just raises this up. Let me actually look into this puzzle real quick. I like how they call it the red pyramid thing because it's super canon. I like how they call it the red pyramid thing. It's great. Where do I even go? If I can't go there, I just go up there. Guess I do go up there. Oh shit, fuck me. Are you kidding me? I'm all the way at the beginning of it again. Oh, fuck. No, because in Japan they actually call it the red pyramid thing. Love this game. This game is good. I mean, to be honest though, like the mechanics in this game is actually good for like a 2006, 2007 game. It's actually really good. Like, I'm not gonna lie, one of the best like mechanical moving games I've ever played so far. Okay, what is with this thing right here? I have no idea. The only thing I didn't like about the game was the camera angles. I guess it looks quite jank, I guess. I have no idea where to go. Yeah, I really have no idea where to go. Unless, you know, there's a timer thing, which I don't think there is. Unless there's a pig around here. Wait. Oh, what am I doing? I'm fucking stupid. Yeah, I forgot I can shrink. That's the one thing that I forgot that I can do. Because I haven't played this game for don't know how many hours. Copium. Can I reach there? Oh god, please don't fall right now. Okay. What the flying fuck? I suck ass, bro. Bro, I'm sucking ass. I suck ass, bro. Oh my god, dude. Dude, put me on a fucking, like, put me on a fucking copium. I would eat ass for days, dude. I haven't played this almost a decade. I forgot about the mechanics. Yeah, to be fair though, I just played it yesterday and I had like a few hours of playing this game because I finished whatever game it was, and then I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna play this game for a few hours and see. I wanted to complete like chapter 1, but you know, chapter 1 is super fucking long for some fucking reason. So I was like, you know what? Since chapter 1 is super long, I'm just gonna like take my food because I'm hungry. I was hungry, and then I end the stream from there. So it was a good time for me to end the stream. Oh shit! Didn't mean to do that. Always get sent back to the beginning a lot. I guess so, but at the same time, I'm just bad. I'm just bad at the platforming. You can't really talk anything about that. I'm just bad at the platforming. As you can tell right now, I'm really, really horrible at the platforming. There we go. Cool. Doing pretty damn good. Oh shit. So I have a few for the platforming. It's actually really good. Holy shit. Like, this is like one of those games that I'm really gonna praise for their platforming stuff, because it's super good. Oh shit! $1,000 hoggers. Is there anywhere else that I can go from like down there? Because I know I missed a few boxes, but whatever. I don't really give a fuck about it. Other than that, Yeah, okay, so Ascension is one of those games where like it's there, but I have no idea how the game is gonna be like, because I heard it's gonna be like, oh yo, it's just what was it again? It's just an interactive multiplayer kind of thing, where you get to choose the choices, and if you choose the wrong choice, blah blah blah. If you choose the right choice, then it's canon, blah blah blah. It is what it is. I don't even know. So I don't really know what to talk about Ascension for, and also Townfall. So Townfall and Ascensions are just like two of the games that I just don't know how to talk about yet, because I don't really see that much gameplay other than maybe a little bit of gameplay. Then yeah. Oh shit! I got crushed. I got rammed. No, got crushed at least. Fisted? I got fisted, bro. Love me getting fisted by fucking whatever it is. Okay. Look at all them fists. Holy shit, there's a lot of them.
Some insects eat their young, and they have much to teach us, alive or dead.
Said something above. I'm gonna go on the limb and say no. What kind of camera angle is that? But yeah, as I was saying, I think F is the only one that like it feels more of like a real Silent Hill game, more than like maybe Silent Hill 2 or Silent Hill Ascension or whatever it is. So the only thing I can talk about right now is the Silent Hill 2 remake and Silent Hill F. But other than that, I think like Ascension and, for me, Ascension and Townfall needs a little bit more looking into, because they have like multiplayer games. It's kind of like a multiplayer game in the first place, you know. Can I kill this thing? I can't. Okay. Oh shit. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. But yeah, the Silent Hill 2 remake, I'm just gonna say this. I don't know how to feel about it. I know the rumors has been around for the whole Bloober thing, and they are making a fucking Bloober game, that's for sure, but like, you know, I don't know. I don't know if... Hey, Soph. I don't know if Bloober is gonna be like, hey, we're gonna actually do something better than our last few games, because the last few games that they actually did, and believe me when I say this, there's no combat. It's a Silent Hill 2 game. No, it's a Silent Hill 2, and it has combat in Silent Hill 2. Whereas all the other Bloober games do not have combat at all, including like the medium. So I don't know, including the medium, which I've never played yet, but I don't know. It's one of those games where like, it's one of those like fucking companies where I'm like, do I really want to trust them? My response is like, no. If they have combat in whatever fucking shit it is. They do have combat. The problem is that, how are they gonna make the combat like, you know? It could very well be a combat where it's like Homecoming, and I saw the combat. It looks a little bit like Homecoming combat. It kind of looks like yeah, it kind of looks like Homecoming combat for some fucking reason.
Halfline's cage and the canary goes to sleep, Alice. Out like a snuffed candle.
I don't know how to feel about that yet.
Like Mama and Papa.
Man,
After 10,
only I can actually go in here, you know. Which I can't. But yeah, I don't know yet how it will be, but we'll see. Honestly, we'll see. I'm pretty excited to actually look into like, oh fuck me, I wanted to dash and I went fucking stupid mode and dash in the air. Yeah, I went stupid mode and dash in the air. Time for some combat rolls. Jesus. I actually like the double jump in this game. I like the quadruple jump. I don't even know if you can actually do a lot more.
Your dogged persistence will be rewarded with
Oh shit, there's a bunny.
I told you to cease and desist, but my warning goes unheeded. So without regret, you're about to feel like a lobster who's been tossed into the boiling pot.
What do you mean by James is a vet? Like, he's a veteran soldier or some shit like that? I don't think he is. He's just some ordinary guy who wanted to find his wife, and that's about it. Is the only game that starts you a quadruple jump? I think so, but I can't remember. I can't remember any kind of games that actually has kind of quadruple jumping.
That's it. I can
Saying some sort of military clothes. Oh, coat.
master my fine.
No, I don't think so. I just think that he just wears a fucking green coat and that's about it. Oh yeah, but also tonight there's gonna be Konami. So no, not Konami. Sorry, Capcom with fucking Resident Evil 4 remake and whatever Resident Evil Village fucking DLC. So there's that. There's a lot more upcoming stuff that's gonna happen. What did I do? I kind of forgot what did I do, but whatever. Oh shit! Wow. Yeah. I can't. Yeah. I guess it's only quadruple jumping, and that's about it. Hold on. What? I just had to go back. Yeah, I just had to go back. James is an office clerk. I guess. Can't say anything about it. Am I gonna get crushed by... Okay, cool. I was about to say, am I gonna get crushed by... Oh my god, bro! Go up, you fucking idiot! Sorry. I didn't mean to say that to a little girl. It's like probably like 19, I guess. There we go. Hope you're not late to the party. You're not really that late. Hey, Takoyaki. There we go, cool. What the flying fuck? Okay, wait, hold on. Oh no, it's these guys again. Okay. Oh shit, I wanted to dodge. Whoops. Okay, destroy that one. Ooh. Destroy that one. Let me do this real quick. Oh shit. Oh shit! Oh my god! Okay, wait. Get out! Get out of the way. God, there's a lot of these things. These nuts. Yeah, like James doesn't really talk about anything much. Oh god, the kettles are here. No wonder. ass bitch kettles. Okay, there we go. Whoa, did I not dodge that? I thought I dodged that shit. Go back. God. I guess I can focus on this thing right now. Oh shit. Full health. Okay, question. Does anyone know what is the sickle mode fucking the whatever keybind is? Or the controller whatever it is? Because I don't remember what the controller button is. Is it a prompt? Is it a prompt? I don't remember if it's a prompt or not. I actually do not remember if it's a prompt. Where's this other, like, wait, hold on. Where's this other beehive? Oh, this other beehive is on the right. Whoa! Okay. This real quick. That real quick. I need to destroy this thing. Oh. At least on normal. Enter. You know what? Whatever. I'm just gonna go and enter right now. I don't know what the key binding is for whatever it is, but whatever. Okay. Where am I at? Travis Scott sickle mode. Yes. Definitely love me some Travis Scott sickle mode.
Don't you dare stop!
Oh.
Keep running, so help me out! Out! Out!
Yeah, I really am enjoying this game. I don't care how long it will take. If it takes me like fucking 9-10 hours to finish this game, fuck it. Like, this game, it looks fucking amazing. It actually plays fucking amazing as well. Like, from the whole like controls of it. Like, I'm honestly gonna say, like, you would never see another game anymore that fucking feels good on a 30 FPS kind of thing. Like 30 frames per second kind of, you know. Where is this? Is there a pig? Or anything? It gets better the further you get into, in my opinion. Well, we'll see. Yeah, this is 30 FPS. For some reason, it's actually stuck to 30 FPS. I have no way of controlling, like, the frame rate. This is all on 30 FPS at the moment. And I'm playing this game on PC. You can't really, okay, you look at this. You can't really like change the configuration as well. If I were to go to like video, see? There's like no way in hell that I can actually change anything from here. So this is on 30 FPS, as you can tell. What am I supposed to do? I know I'm supposed to let it go down. Oh, that, okay. But you know what? It doesn't really matter. It doesn't fucking matter anyways, because you know why? This game actually runs super fucking well on 30 FPS. Like, I'm just gonna compliment this. This game surprisingly actually works super fucking well on 30 FPS. No joke. It's super good. Where do I go? Am I just trapped here? I'm just gonna die, I guess. What? Okay. Yeah, I actually do not know where to go at this point. Hold on. Oh, lever. What? Oh. I was supposed to go in here then. It's just it didn't let me go in here for the first time around. Honestly, most games that are on shooters only okay on 30. It's a little weird sometimes. It is definitely like, if I were to play this on mouse and keyboard, then yeah, it's gonna be a bit weird for me because I don't think I would like it on 30 FPS. But you know, this game surprisingly actually works super fucking well on 30 FPS, and I really do like it. It's like one of those games that I'm gonna say this is like it actually works surprisingly well on 30 FPS. And I have no regrets of saying that. Like there are some other games that like it doesn't really work that well on 30 FPS, and I really do not like it, but it is what it is. No, Alyssa's not 30 FPS. Alyssa is more 200-300 FPS. You can always change the frame rate for that one. Hey Artless, a little bit late, but thank you, I guess. Yeah, you're a little bit late, but thank you. Hope you are doing well, Artless. My birthday was on last Saturday, which was on like 5 days ago. Yeah, my birthday was 5 days ago. Holy fuck. You can have a second birthday as a treat. Well, I guess. I can always have 1 or 2 birthdays as a treat, for sure. King! Thank you, my king. Thank you, my other king. Is this the transformation part?
I've finished my work and you're complete, Hatter. Now, what about this damnable train?
I feel like a new man, or whatever I am. I feel like an unsprung spring, like an uncorroded gear, like an untarnished bit of metal that sticks in your eye.
Answer me, Hatter. I'm suffering, and changes here are a cause, or they're a reflection, or the effect. What's going on? What are the new rules?
The law is just a whisper away home to wonder.
How much Rule 34 do you think it was made by?
Who knows how to measure rules?
This one?
Cruel rules.
Like, fucking
I should have left
God
you
knows how
bits.
many, honestly. Because of his
Least you
fucking
can do
nose.
is help me discover what's going on.
Noses are the sexiest part of the body. I mean, as you can see, the nose is like pretty fucking big, like a fucking penis. So yeah, technically, if a nose looks like a penis, it looks hot, right? Smile. I wonder when will be the time that I can actually upgrade shit.
Your enthusiasm for
I wanna upgrade my shit, man. So did I can confirm there's some of this version of It is what it is. I can't tell you that much, but it is what it is.
Our road into assemblage. Hurry, Alice. I'll get this door open.
Baby crank handle Gatling gun, my beloved. Oh no. Multiple benefits. What's the benefit? Look at how like shitty my fucking mouse frame is. Divert enemies and damage when detonated. Okay, I guess so. Affecting all to me right now? What the fuck what the fuck are you guys doing? Don't fax it all to me, dummy.
Oh yes, I'm on a roll. Won't be long now.
Oh shit. Fax machine that's broken. Is your fridge working? Guys, is your fridge working? I think you need to repair your fridge. What the fuck? What do you guys use an air fryer for? Here's my question. What do you use an air fryer for? Also, is this game loud? This game is like loud in my ears. I don't even know if it's loud. Frying air? You guys fry air using a fucking air fryer? I see. My dig ain't working. Excuse me. How you doing, Murphys? Hope you doing well. Hey, Jared. Skin's crispy, pork belly. Maybe someday if I ever buy an air fryer, then yeah, I'll probably do that. But you know, I don't fucking do that. I feel like an air fryer would actually make a lot of like good use. You know, we don't fucking use air fryers here. Oh shit, it's one of you guys. I don't even have a mod here. Haha, I don't have a mod here. I don't know if this game is gonna crash, but mods! Mods! Wait, hold on. Let me actually do it on my phone then. Who are you? What have you done to my... God, I have no mods. Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna try to actually do this then. There we go. Got banned. Hopefully this game doesn't crash. Okay, cool. Mod me real quick. I take care of it. Nah, that's a mod on you. All right, that's a mod on you. I got no mods today. I'm the only mod. I'm my only mod.
This feels like an earthquake. What's happening?
I really look like I know. Your judgment must be severely impaired.
really have to go up there. No modders. No modders. Copium, no mods. Fuck, I need to get this thing ready for action. There we go. Alright, cool. Give me all them things. But it still looks super nice though. Like I'm legitimately actually liking this game. Have you ever played New Vegas? No, I've never played New Vegas actually. I played 4 and 76. But I've never played like I've never ever played. What the fuck am I doing? Had the ones that goes. Had the ones to go there? Oh, okay. Yeah, I played 4 and 76, unfortunately, and then I never played like New Vegas. I never finished 4. I never finished 76. The only reason why I bought 76 in the first place was because of the multiplayer, and then afterwards, like 2 days into like the game, we all just stopped playing because it was a fucking shitty fucking game. It was kind of shitty for what it is. We thought it was gonna be good. We got the game, never like played it after 2 days, and then yeah, it is what it is. New Vegas is a must play. Sometimes I'm alright. I'm okay about playing kind of like RPG games, but it depends on like what game it is. I don't mind Fallout. I almost finished Fallout 4. It's just, you know, I never finished it at all.
You're too late. The insolence, the arrogance, the execrable table manners. They are destroyers of Wonderland.
Yeah, maybe one day I will play Fallout again.
Did they actually create that infernal train to destroy Wonderland?
What does that matter? They deserve to die.
No, Mad Hatter! You little idiot!
Enough talk.
Don't get dragged off right now.
Time, Missy.
Dragged off. See you. Goodbye.
Abandon false hope. Forget the past.
They got Mad Hatter and his 20-inch pecker.
Let the madness begin. Resume the folly.
Whoa. Okay. A rat. Stinking rat. Oh shit. A rat.
Oh no.
Oh no, they're falling apart. Oh shit, Mad Hatter actually saved us all! He saved us all. Be right back. Alright, have a good be right back.
Oh, my precious domain. And the guests. All I really wanted was another tea party.
Please, Hatter, you promised. Where is that train going? What's its purpose? Tell me, now.
There's no time for whatever it is you want to talk about. It's time for tea. Talk trains with Turtle. He ran the Looking Glass line. Come on, you lot. We can still be friends. I've got a fine Darjeeling. Drink.
Oh no, we back because I'll get distracted by something else? Oh shit, dude. Oh shit. Alright, have a good one.
The train impedes me. You must help me. You promised.
Ask the one who helps them what helps themselves. Whoever that is.
Very pithy. He deserved to die. And I'm about to drown in tea, in ignorance.
Oh no! The tea drowning. The tea. What's the tea, sis? I'm drowning. Copium.
Caught my very own river nymph. Saints be praised that he works in mysterious ways. He's got plans for her.
Take her over to the mangled mermaid.
Oh shit, we're
Rent
back.
a bed.
Back in the real
To
world.
woo a girl mixed a brawl.
Do you think you're doing?
What comes natural like?
Not natural to me. Get away.
Damn. Wait, what the fuck? We're in another... We're in another place?
The white cat reminds me of my snowdrop. Nanny knew her.
Dude, we're in another place? Wait, hold on. Is this chapter 2 now? It is chapter 2 now. What the fuck? I legitimately thought we were gonna be doing like a boss fight. Yeah, I thought we were legitimately gonna do a boss fight, but it was not a boss fight at all. I was like expecting a boss fight. And we're on chapter 2 now. Okay, no idea what those crates contain. It's the stuff of dreams, as close as I'm likely to come to exotic places. Interesting. Wait. The boss early in the chapter? Is it the three-headed boss fight thing? The three-headed babies is what it is? If that's the one, then yeah, that's kinda it, I guess. But I don't remember what other bosses are there other than the three-headed child thing. Ice can reflect an image like an amber, trapped and preserve the thing forever or until it melts. I don't know, I was thinking there was some part where I had to fight a mouse midway through. I don't think I've ever fought a mouse in this game. I don't remember. Because I played this game like yesterday, and then I played it for like a few hours, and then oh. Wait, what the fuck is that? Is that a child? No, that's not a child. At least it's not a child. A toy must be completely ruined to be abandoned where the children play jacks with pebbles and only pretend to have a ball. Is that an... Oh, that's a doll. Ooh. I don't remember, like, fighting a mouse. The mangled mermaid. Cuntland? What the fuck do you mean Cuntland? Wonderland, excuse me. How you doing, Xeon? The East End's lousy with spectacles and exhibitions, fire eaters and freaks. This playlet's likely to be bloodthirsty, flamboyant and melodramatic with saucy songs. The audience will be as raucous and rowdy as the performers. I just meant the rat showed up for a sec at the end. I thought you had to fight him earlier in the chapter,
Where's
but maybe
me
not.
money,
I don't
you
remember.
back and spunk bucket?
Whoa!
Fat-assed whores out on the street, or I'll come up and brain
Shut
you.
off, you cocker-snipe. You'll never get past long
I'll
two.
get what you and your
Whoa!
flushes owe me, Miss Ladybird. See if I don't.
Maybe you noticed I'm not pissing me drawers at the prospect. Alice Liddle, you'll make a nice change.
I use keyboard
Bring your
default key
disheveled
bindings
self
for
up here.
Alyssa. Do you use keyboards or do you use keyboard or controller, by the way? Second game to Plague Tale is cool. Playing it mostly the same game with some upgrades. I see. We'll see sooner or later if I actually do play it again, but I'm not too sure. Paralytic addiction disqualifies drunkards from any honest means to acquire strong drink. It inhibits fear and shame and emboldens the commission of desperate acts. Wonder what became of Chris. I use keyboard, but what do you use? Space bar as to aim. E is to use an action. I think shift is to reload or and run, because you use reload and run together. Tab is to... Tab's the inventory menu, if I'm not mistaken, or just the whatever the menu pops up. I think shift down is to quick turn. Yeah. But then I use tank controls. If it's modern controls, I don't know about modern controls, honestly. I know about tank controls, and that's about it. Because it works for me with tank controls. They plan to stick with the gameplay, advance the story. You can also defend yourself a lot better with melee. Rest is still rat jamming. Interesting. But I don't know about the whole game of it yet. I played the first one and it looks pretty cool. Like, not gonna lie, I'm just gonna say it looks pretty cool. I don't know about the second game yet because, you know, I do need to buy the second game, and I don't know about me buying the second game unless, you know, someone donates like, don't know, $50. Smile. I once heard Tim say he will likely die from social disease. Poor man never dreamed its name was Jack Splatter. Jack Splatter these nuts. The game tanks now. The game tanks? What the fuck does that mean? I don't know what you mean by the game tanks though. My PC can handle it at 60 FPS like the first game. You mean this game or the other one? You can order anything on the list, but don't expect to be served anything but stale beer or gut gin. If you mean like Plague Tale, then I actually was able to play it on a higher... Wait, I was able to play it on 60 and that's about it. If I go over like 60, like if I go 80, like OBS would like kind of... It will feel weird on OBS.
You won't give me what I want.
That's about what I said.
I'll burn this dump of yours down to the ground.
Go away. She's done no harm.
She hurt me feelings.
Oh no! Gonna light the fucking place on fire. What the fuck? Why do you have to light the fucking place on fire, you dumb fuck? Wow. Dumbass. Literal fucking dumbass. Plague Tale, okay. Plague Tale sequel has a lot higher requirements. Oh, I see. I mean, to be fair, it's like a console game if I'm not mistaken, right? You know, just got respected. I mean, it is what it is. You got punched, you got fucked. It is what it is. You get punched, you get fucked. Dude, she's fucking hot on this fucking Tundrafall. She absolutely looks fucking hot on this fucking outfit. Not gonna lie, I like this outfit, but yeah, I was about to say the upskirtness. It looks Pull ice caps to melt because she's hot. How's the controls? There we go. I need to check out my email real quick because of the Twitch team thing. Wait, where am I at again? I'm going out from here. Cool. Yeah, I need to look back on my Twitch team thing again because I actually changed my Twitch team for a week. But if you guys do not know, I will be on the front page of Twitch next week. Says it's only for oh god, wait, no, fuck. I didn't mean to do that. It's only for you know, partner streamers, but you know, I got my privileges for some fucking reason, poggers. Anyways, go here real quick. I want to see what's here. Oh, it slides down from here. I see. Okay. Because I will be showcasing games, I guess, or horror games on Hallowfest, which is a good thing. It's a neat, cool thing. I like it. I definitely do like it, though. What do I have to do to actually go there, then? Like, there's no block up there. Monsters. Oh shit, hello. do that. Whatever. Yeah, do this. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Where's the other guy? I wanna kill the other guy first. Ooh! Ooh! Okay. Here we go. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this. Okay. Wow! That one really did hit me. Kinda sucks. Okay, there we go. Dead for life, bro. Hello. Damn, your breath stinks, bro. Damn, that breath stinks, bro. This is horse. Yo, why is there a horse here? Hold on. What if I do this then? There you go. Ooh, this owl looks pretty nasty looking, but sure. Dude, your breath fucking stinks probably. Hold on. There you go. Oh, yoy, that was close. That was like super close. Okay. More of this shit, isn't it? Oh yeah, it actually is more of this shit, but okay. Can actually just slide down then. There we go. It is pretty minimal, but like it's so fucking good. It's not gonna lie, it's like super fucking good. Hobby horse. Destroy all obstacle with ooh. Ew. Wait, but I've already used my bridal horse already, you know. Ice Snark. What is my... Oh, wow. Wow, okay. Hey, Shy. Woo! That was poggers, I'm not gonna lie. You know what? I'm just gonna use this. I actually could get them out. actually did work. Like, surprisingly enough. Remember to spend your teeth within the weapon menu. Yeah, where is the weapon menu, you dummy? Tell me where the weapon menu is. Is it I, P? I'm just gonna find what key it is. Hold on. Okay, do this. Hey sis. What key is it? What key is this? Hello? Yeah, they don't give me the key. What key is this? I don't remember having that hammer. Tab didn't work. What? Is that it? Hold on. Is that really it? Hold on. Toggle melee, select T, umbrella block, pause menu. What? I don't see it. Memories? No. The shop. I don't know what the shop is. Tab didn't work for me. Yeah. There's no weapons? Yeah, but like the keybinds don't fucking. Hold on. Is it weapons? Toggle melee weapon. It's just toggling melee weapon. That's about it. Pause weapons. Hold on. Say what louder? Wait, is my mic actually that soft? Wait, is my mic actually that soft? Apart from the gameplay. If so, then I'm just gonna do this then. There we go. First option. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah. Oh, finally. Can actually go with this thing right now. There we go. 575. I can also upgrade this thing as well. He's illiterate. Dude, I didn't know! Shut the fuck up! I didn't realize it was weapons in the fucking whatever it is. I just thought that weapons is gonna be in the configurations because I thought that was a shop that I could actually hit, but like, no, it just, no. It's pretty loud. Did you fuck up? What the fuck do you mean, do you fuck up? Should I help you stupid ass? Well, I'm just asking where the shop is because I forgot if there's a shop, bind it to a fucking key when there's none, and I was like, huh. Wait, what do you mean you fucked up? And what do you mean what louder? I said, is the game volume loud? If the game volume's loud over my whatever it is, see? I'm bored of watching him shoot. True. Hey, J Games. Is my game loud or is my it's already loud? So it's already loud enough for the game to like. Okay. Shoot instead of melee. I mean, I wanted to know if I could kill them with fucking like shooting because you know. Sometimes I would think that the melee is actually pretty fucking shit instead. Now I was like doing this as well, you know. Wait a minute. This is my next progress then. I'm just gonna go down here then. Well, that's fine. Alright, cool. How are you doing, JA Games? Hope you're doing well. Is there a pig? There is a pig here. I just can't find it. Okay.
Grave news. The ship was crushed and her crew lost. She was not built for navigating the Arctic ice fields. The recent competition with governments in fitting out polar expeditions is a needless waste of human life.
Okay. Where do I go? I mean, technically I can go there, you know. Oh. Whoa, dude. Dude, I like being British, man. I like being fucking British where I could actually use my fucking knife. Just go full British mode and shank people. Am I right? Oh fuck. Hold on. You Singlish? Well, true, but also at the same time I can be British with a knife, dude. Yo, I shank people with knives, dude. That's how British I am, man. British people always shanking. Shank, shank, shank. Give me your fucking money. Shank, shank, shank. Oi, oi, you got a license, fam. Oi, bruv. You think you got a license? This way. But you don't know? There's like a lot of people who fucking shank people and like there's a lot of like shankers in UK. In the UK they always shank fucking people. Like in the US they use guns to kill people, right? But in the UK they use fucking knives to kill people. They shank people everywhere. Yeah, but like it's most prominent in like fucking UK. Even in your country, yeah, true, but like, you know, in the UK, a lot of people do fucking shank people as well. I mean, it is what it is. And it's super funny. You get to shank people. Oh shit. There we go. Shank? What shank? British people shank people though. We use yeah, we kind of use a machete, I guess. But also there was this one time that someone actually used a bread knife. That's like hilarious as fuck. Someone actually used a fucking bread knife. It is some Super Mario 64 slanging shit. Very good. Oh shit, hello. John Wick uses a fucking pencil. Okay guys, how do you guys feel about the new Silent Hill games? Because I was talking about it earlier, but for the new people who have who are coming in right now, what do you guys think about the new Silent Hill games that's gonna come out like in the next few years or so? You go watch the trailer. True. Bang! Bang! Of course. How you doing, perp? But yeah, fucking Silent Hill is gonna get in like 4 new games and 1 new movie, which I think they actually did that a long time ago as well. But you know, it is what it is for now. Okay, let's go here then. That looks like a fucking vagina. Of course, of course. I always think about a vagina. But yeah, the new Silent Hill stuff, it's very interesting for now. Wait, can I go back? Or is this like, it is what it is? It is what it is! No! I'm in a fucking snail body, a fucking shell. Seashell.
How is the Queen of Hearts like a typhoon?
What? How is the Queen of Hearts like a typhoon? What game is this? This game is Alice Madness Returns. It's a 2000... I don't remember when this game came out, but like it's a sequel to the American McGee's Alice. And I've never played American McGee. Is it American McGee? Yeah, American McGee. I have not played the first game, but I heard that the second game is cool, so I'm playing the second game right now.
That won't do. Try again. What is yours, but others use it more than you do.
A pen. Wait, no, name.
You're correct, miss.
Huh? I saw what game is this? What are you talking about? I just saw what game is this? And I'm explaining what game is this. Duh. But yeah, you kind of shoot stuff and win as well, so. Oh no, it's sealed up. What? He was just asking the question. It wasn't even a sarcastic question. He was just asking a genuine question because I don't think he was here yesterday to watch Alice. No one's that stupid. Excuse me. What the fuck? I swear to God, it was a genuine fucking question, you dummy. Hold on, let me see about this real quick. Okay. It was a genuine question, dummy. How is it not as genuineness it is? Maybe I'll go up here. What is there though? Oh. What the fuck? The fuck you guys talking about? Oh my god. I feel you. Oh, I really know what this game is all about. Oh, copium. Oh, forehead. Look at her nose. Super fucking big. Wait, isn't this the old lady who is all white with us, I guess? Bring back all down. There we go. Oh god, okay. Thank god. Actually go through this. Oh shit, is this thing again? Oh. Okay. In here. Is there anything in this area? Get frozen, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I can go that way later. Let's see what this one is. Oh shit, I actually slide down. Ooh, okay. Oh, so it rocks back and forth. Let's see. Wait, was I here the first place? What the fuck? Oh. Is this another place? I don't know if this is another place, but we'll see. Platform moving up and down. Yeah, it was moving up and down. Yeah, I saw that. Okay. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? I guess I'm supposed to go there then. Is it? Wait, hold on. Oh, this one's super fucking thick as fuck. Hold on. Yeah, that one's super fucking thick. Maybe I need another hammer or something. What's this? Hello. Whoa!
You better come aboard, Alice. We're doomed, of course.
Hello, pigs.
There's no.
Oh, there's a sheep. There's a sheep.
Oh, there's an infinite amount
Oh,
of
sheep.
room, but not for us. Now get up there. Confounded beasts. They want my ship.
I think you're more to their taste.
Never. We're almost relatives.
You're related to Soup, Admiral.
I've an idea. We'll leave this mayhem and go to Carpenter's show. It's better than Gaff. Carpenter promises if we don't take seriously can't harm us.
Best dive now, Admiral, or the sharks will have us for lunch.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Sail! Sail! Sail harder and faster! Go! Go, 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 go. Sail harder and faster. Avoid shipwreck sharks cannon. What? Really? Press the mouse button. Fire. Press the right. Really? Okay. The wind is fucking weird ass. Okay, hold on. Okay. Can I just go in like this? Okay, I can. Okay, cool. So my only objective is just avoid these things. Cool. While racking up points, I guess. Classic side scroller, yeah. Literally side scroller right now. Wait, did I get hit? I got hit. By something. I just don't remember what I got hit by. Fuck off. Crap. Oh shit. Man, this auto scroller just feels super fucking. Dude, with the shake, it just feels so fucking like ridiculous right now. Oh shit, there we go. Such a weird side scroller as well, not gonna lie. Oh fuck. Am I out? Technically not out. Oh, I'm done with the I guess I'm done with this part. Damn dude, why are you crying?
My body aches all over.
Oh shit, it's a new outfit! Whoa, new outfit!
I am too.
Admirals go down with their ships. In any case, I never knew.
Wait, how many chapters are there in this game?
Memory
Hold on.
serves, you were station master of the Looking Glass line.
Sacked from the railroad without the option. Redundant, the nitwit said. Never
Hey, Beckenham.
Loyal as a bulldog. going in a different direction, my Aunt Fanny, if I had one. Going off the rails more like. Bloody disaster. Now I'm shipless. The old railroad is dead. And this new thing's a monstrosity. It never runs on time. Engineers asleep at the switch. What I don't know about it can't hurt me.
There are 6 chapters in this game. 6 chapters? Holy shit.
The subject. We avoid speaking about
That's a lot of. That's very little chapters, but very long like gameplay.
Would make for a change.
You don't respect the suffering of others. Go ask your
Like I'm in chapter 2 right now.
Caterpillar.
I'm sorry, Admiral. Really.
I think yesterday I took
Please,
like about.
Tell me what you know about the
No,
train.
like one chapter I actually took like 2 to 3 hours just to finish that.
Corruption. Count yourself lucky to be down here.
Is he a turtle but has a sheep head?
I must stop it to save myself.
He's a turtle but has a sheep head. What the fuck?
Nonsense. Speak more nonsense.
Look at that shit.
Illusions rule the day. The show must go on and so on. Speaking of shows.
We weren't.
Yeah, well, never mind. Here's a ticket for the show Carpenter's mounting.
Turtle sheep.
Use it.
Turn 10s. Diluted depths. Can I upskirt her now? Aw, man. It's covered. God damn it. I was like, damn, bro. Can I upskirt for sure? For real, for real. Yeah, upskirt for real, for real. Can't even do that, man. What is this fucking door here? Clerk reference? No grooming? God damn it. Hey, Yorkie. Hey, Soph. Yorkie! I swear to God! Come back. I swear to God, come back. You're the only person that I need to talk to in my server, I swear, Copium. Gets japed? Japed? What the fuck is japed?
Scoundrels fitted with grotesque
Tongue chat, never mind. Oh no. Copium. Copium, man. Never coming back. Yorkie's never coming back. Copium. Rip to him, by the way. He's crying. What a sheep turtle crying. Dude, Yorkie never coming back. Copium, man. Jape a practical joke? I don't know what jape is. Yeah, I don't really know what jape is, as a matter of fact. Can I kill this dude? I can't, okay. It's a word? It is a word, I guess. Is there any platforming? Nope. Hello. Oh, shit. Oh. There we go. Now I'm inside. Let's go. What's this thing? Okay. Dude, her dress looks so fucking cool. Like, not gonna lie. I like her dress. Oh my god, we got booty. Pirate booty. Like, legitimate pirate booty. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Daddy likes. We got some booty. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. We'll go back this way, I guess. Maybe I'll go forward. Wait, I can definitely go forward or here. You know what? I'll go here instead. If I can actually go through there. Cool. Is the game good? I always feel like it's always mixed in. It's actually really, like, it's very interesting to, as a matter of fact. Like, I really do like, oh shit. I really do like the aspect of it. Okay. I guess that is just nothing, unless... I love her jellyfish butt. Which part? The jellyfish butt? Oh shit. Oh, well, I got the thing anyways. Jellyfish butt and jellyfish dress. True. True that, homeboy. It's really nice. I like it. It looks super fucking cool, and I gotta do the platforming. I'm pretty shit at the platforming. Let's go. Let's go. I'm pretty shit at platforming. Oh, sorry. I was thinking about dashing and I was like, wait, which keys to dash again? Interact. Ooh, what's this? What is this door? Hello? But yes, but yes.
I was the last one in the library the night of the fire. The log I added to the grate was dead when I went upstairs to bed with Dinah. If it wasn't, I may be responsible
But yeah,
for my family's deaths.
I'm still willing to talk about fucking Silent Hill anyways. If anyone wants my opinion about the Silent Hill trailer that came out yesterday, last night, or yesterday, basically I like Silent Hill F. I think Silent Hill F has potential in being a good Silent Hill game, but you know, Silent Hill 2 remake is just, it is what it is. I don't know whether I would want to see a Silent Hill 2 remake that is made by Bloober, but it is what it is for now. But you know, I don't know how it would be like for the time being. Who's this guy? Oh, that guy is still there. Okay. I'm semi-excited for Silent Hill 2. I mean, I also am kind of excited for Silent Hill 2. I really do want to see a Silent Hill 2, honestly. Oh, shit. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. There we go, he's dead. Very interesting concept on a character, by the way. Cool. I like the platforming in this game. I will say this. The platforming in this game is super fucking, like... I would say it's super fucking well made. A lot of games is with its platforming, it just doesn't feel that good. This one feels like super fucking great. I recommend, like, if anyone wants to actually play this game, I think, yeah, you should actually play this game. Hey Chivo, thank you for the good love of the stream. Much appreciated. Barrel bottom. Ooh. Am I supposed to be going to barrel bottom?
What lies beneath this patina of civility? Something wicked, I'll wager.
Wicked something. Wicked. Hello. Hello, fish. This is like Trout's territory. The flying fuck. Okay, what is under here? Under these. Under these. Oh god. God damn it, bro. This game's on Game Pass. Really? This game's on Game Pass? I bought this game like a while ago. I don't remember when did I bought this game, but I bought this game like a while ago on Steam. Where? Oh. There you go. I don't even know if the first game is actually on Game Pass as well, cause I'm playing the second game at the moment. The second game doesn't have the Steam doesn't have the first game on their store, so I don't know if the first game is on Game Pass instead. But from what I'm playing at the moment, this game is on Steam.
Most theatrics
In each
are unsuitable for young persons.
Alliance.
Punch and Judy dust-ups are no more.
Alliance? Alliance? What? Wait, what? Oh, Alice! Yeah, Alice. Tired? Yeah, I can tell that you're tired. Just fumbling on your words. That's tired. That's you being tired. Don't judge? No, I'm not judging. I'm just wondering, like, am I saying it correctly or not? You're talking about American McGee. Yeah, it's American McGee on... Yeah, the question is American McGee on... whatever fucking place it is. It's American McGee on Game Pass. I'm gonna... Oh, okay, those are breakables. I actually do like this. Like, this is one of those games that I actually like. I regret sleeping on it. At least it's free. Is it on Game Pass as well? If it's on Game Pass, then probably sooner or later I'll try to get it on Game Pass, I guess. Because, yeah, this is one of those games that I regret sleeping on because I was like, yeah, it's kind of like platformer fighting, and then Game Pass a while ago. Maybe it was something else, but I don't know. But this game is surprisingly super fucking good. Like, I was sleeping on this game for a very long time, and then yeah, I just, you know, played it. Super fucking good. I like it.
There's no time at all.
Okay, what's this? Can you survive the passage of time? Uh-oh. Oh god. Wait, hold on. Just use a bomb right there. Oh my god, bro. Ooh, where am I at? Holy shit. Hold on. Whoa, dude. Okay, these guys are gonna be very ruthless to me. Okay. Success. I did it? Success?
Come, Alice, don't dawdle. You've already missed the train.
Oh, I did it. Paint the rose red. Saw an Alice game. Do you use Microsoft Store because it's free on their on Game Pass? At least not sure about your country. See, here's the thing. I heard about Game Pass, and I don't know about my Game Pass because I've been trying to actually activate my Game Pass, but unfortunately, I can't really get it to activate it at all. So, I honestly do not know if I could actually activate Game Pass. But I think one of my friends one of my friends can activate Game Pass. My only problem with Game Pass is that I can't like use Game Pass for some fucking reason. So that's why I resort to actually using Steam. But maybe it's because of my computer. I'm not too sure. Because my PC is not really that updated yet. Since at the time when I got my PC repaired, some things happened and I don't have like some of the BIOS for some fucking reason. So like I kind of blame the people who actually made my repaired my computer because. Ew, what the fuck is that? That's a baby. Whoa! And a fucking forehand baby. That looks like a fucking jellyfish. I'm gonna go away from that one. Yeah, the PC repair thing. I don't know what happened to my PC. And I don't really want to talk about it, but essentially they fucked up my computer. They can't really they didn't even like, how you say, I don't even know if they actually put in the BIOS. So like when I could get my computer to when I can get my computer to actually be repaired again by my friend, I'm probably gonna ask him instead of yeah, I'm gonna ask him instead of, you know, getting a repair person to actually fix my computer. We need to get my Game Pass code. It's on Discord. Like, if you get Discord Nitro, it always is on there. You fool, I'm back. Hello. Hello, Mr. Fool. But yeah, somehow it just didn't work on my system, so I don't know how to even feel about that. You know, it is what it is. Global Reset, thank you for the raid, much appreciated. Hope your stream went well. My introduction is going to be very short. Hello guys, my name is Juhors. I am a speedrunner, but I'm not going to be speedrunning games for now. I'm actually going to be playing a lot of the horror games that I'm looking forward to. No, like I have on my list of games that, you know, it's on Steam. So yeah. Hey Ravinsky. Global said you would listen to our music. Wait, what? What music? I would. What kind of music do you do again? You do like fucking EDM, right? If I'm not mistaken, you do EDM music. Okay. Hey Bisco. Biko, sorry, Biko. Biko. He said it. Do you have a link for your music? Let me actually take a listen to it then. I'll be willing to take a listen to it. Chris Brown, Michael Jackson mashup. Ooh. That sounds sick, not gonna lie. It's Biscuit. Oh shit. Link me the thing. Someone should link me the thing. Yeah, link it, Global. Huh? I'm never raiding again. My mods are clowning on me. They always do clown on you anyway, so they clown on you on my channel anyway, so. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Okay. I don't know why he's shy. Here it is. Hopefully I don't get pushed off. So if I get pushed off, then I'm kind of sad. Okay. Give me a sec while I actually do this fucking thing. That's not my link. Excuse me? You guys lying to me now? You guys gonna lie to me in front of the guy's face, huh? The guy who makes music? Fake music? Stop the count? Global is the one that's lying. Hold on. Gotta listen to this real quick. The music isn't fake. Lazy Town and Def Punk.
Do what you want, cause a pirate is free. You are a pirate. You are a pirate. You are a pirate. You are a pirate. We got us a map to lead us to our hidden spot. Let's go.
Interesting. Interesting mashup. I'm just gonna say interesting mashup. Silent Hill 2, this time is Silenter. Hey, RS25. RS25, are you the guy who paid $12,000 for a Blink 182? Yeah, you paid 15,000 Canadian dollars over 3 Blink 182 tickets. Damn, bro. We have infiltrated Ravinsky and Biscuit. I see. If I pay 15K, I better get suck Tom's dick or something. True. Would you all subscribe to Game Pass at all and getting Nitro? I got it through Nitro and then I couldn't even use it. I don't even know why. So I was like, nah, I'm not gonna use it. The fuck you just hear? It's some mashup. Some kind of mashup with Daft Punk and Lazy Town, which is very interesting, to say the least. 144 a seat. Some people do say that it's expensive though.
Delighted to see you again, my dear. Your arrival is
Yo, some people do say it's expensive.
Really? I didn't
Not that.
know.
Which one?
my pregnant show.
Yeah, 15K a ticket. No, it's not 15K a ticket though. It's three
I don't have much experience.
3 people 15K, so I think it's like 5K per ticket for some fucking reason.
We can barter. Have a nice screwdriver, nearly new, or a nice hammer.
People are scalping like
There's a
crazy.
train that's
Yep.
corrupting Wonderland, and I'm looking for
People are
help to
actually scalping like
destroy
crazy,
and
dude.
destroy it.
Like, if you get it for 144 and then like someone's gonna fucking scalp for like $300, that's what it is, man.
Now, let's intermediate.
Global, do you have some good music? Ooh.
Due to a logistical foul-up, some of the show's requisites need to be gathered. The munificent script needs fetching. The writer's overly imaginative and exploring several endings. Then you'll need to assemble the show's tune-deft music. And finally, gather our stars! The show's tasteful
Damn.
performers.
Has he ever?
You should leave now.
No.
The essentiality of haste.
I think maybe once, but I never remembered
It hardly
any.
seems you're ready for the show.
I,
Why can't
probably
you assemble these
once,
things
but I
yourself?
don't
An
remember.
impresario has arrangements, ducks in a row, fish to fry.
Look at that
calls to
fucking
discuss,
walrus.
etc., etc. Fetch the script from the writer, then we can batter or clatter or natter as the case may be.
Is the writer cantankerous?
What kind of music do you
To a
listen
personage
to?
of your distinguished
I listen
affiliation,
to
I blush at the
indie
nationality.
rock
Isn't
actually.
obvious, by the by.
Mostly
So
like
that's
Midwest emo or emo math. I listen to a lot of like indie rock. That's why. I've been listening to like Japanese indie music lately, or Japanese emo math lately. So there's that. If you have Game Pass before you getting Nitro, you can't use it. It's so useless. You had Game Pass before. I see. Maybe I'll buy it again. We'll see. But I guess I don't make any of those. It's all right. In Control. What is this? In Control.
First time I talked to you, I tried to dare you to live
Is that you singing?
a little more freely, maybe.
Is that actually you singing?
To make you drive, 'cause I wanted a picture of you.
Wow. Okay. Hold on. Biko or Biko. Biko. Are you on? Shit, you are on. Ooh. Okay. I'll check you out, I guess, on Spotify. Pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to meet you too. Thank you for licking my asshole as well. My music has been like this lately. My music has been. It's like this. If it does. So you can hear a lot of fucking guitar stuff. Yeah, that's like my music. I don't mind listening to like EDM as long as the EDM is like kind of alright. Why does it sound like Michael Bublé? It could be he could be the actual Michael Bublé, you know? Sounds sus, sounds butt. What do you mean? Wait! Which one? Sus, butt? Which one? Like the guitar? The guitaring is good. I like guitars. Oh wait, I can go to 2 different places, I guess. I'll go this one first. It reminds me of an anime. It's actually by a Japanese. That's why it's by a Japanese band. That's why it reminds you of anime, like an anime intro. It's actually really fucking good. I think the band's called SID, S-A-I-D, SID. They have really good fucking music that sounds like fucking anime. It's super fucking good. I love it.
You spent as much time practicing as you do in Wonderland.
Oh shit, this is the slut. This is the fat slut.
One of them.
Budsbot and Nightbot together sounds like it's dangerous. Definitely is. Nutsbot. Ain't nuttin'.
You're sufficiently fortified to kick some.
But yeah, do you listen to Radwimps? The only time that I listened to Radwimps was because of Your Name, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's Your Name. I think that's the movie, Your Name, yeah. Cannon crab! Jesus! Oh shit, a soda's up. No wonder. A soda. It's good. I like Zen 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 a lot. I also do like... Oh god, what the fuck? Hold on. How do I kill you? I had to break your shell. Hold on. There you go. Broke your shell, bitch. Shit, he's smoking. He's smoking. A little tamer. Because mine's like super tamed, I guess. Oh shit. He's getting smacked, bro. Don't forget the follow. Don't forget the follow. My Nightbot has like 2 commands. It's either... Oh fuck! Oh shit, there's another one right behind me. Whoops. Sorry. But, oh shit, bro! Stop. I need to focus on like one of them. Okay. Hold on. Oh shit, he fucked himself over. Oh. Okay. Holy fuck. I also took penis away, so yeah, I took penises away. That's about it. We used to have penis, but now we don't have penis. Man. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Holy shit, what a dodge. Ooh. Oops. I have no penis. Yeah. I took my own penis away as well. Can I do this? Or is it? Okay. Cool. Mostly just always, wait. Mostly just always drunk. She? Who's she? Which one is she? 操你妈! Wait, which one is the she? The she. Does the sound? It's surprisingly it is. It made me actually make a fucking OnlyFans account. It was super fucking good that I actually made an OnlyFans account. And I can't post content until I actually fucking... So I can't... So the weird thing is that I can't post content until I tell them that I'm actually a fucking creator. That they wanted my ID and shit like that. So I was like, oh, fuck me. Since they want my ID, sure. Where am I gonna go? Bing chilling, bing chilling. Where am I gonna go? Hold on. This is a Singaporean tonight. True. But honestly, I'm just gonna post, like, I don't know what kind of stuff, honestly. Where am I supposed to go? Huh. Hold on. Where am I supposed to go? I don't think I'm supposed to go up as well. Am I supposed to go up? Hold on. Huh? Hey, SSD. I cry at the office. I fucking... guess I should sleep. No, you stay. You wrap yourself in a cocoon and stay. I'll take away your privileges. Have a good night's sleep, Shay. Oni feet, Oni hooves, yeah. True. What privileges? To my OnlyFans account. What are you talking about? What? Hold on. I need to see what this one is. So I turned that on. What the fuck? Is this in here or something? No. I can have hot tub. True. We need the Oni. Who needs the Oni? True, copium. Anyways, yeah, have a good night's sleep, Shay. Sleep well. What the fuck? Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Am I supposed to... Oh, here! Okay, I found it. Is it OnlyFans? No! Creamy squirt content. No! We're not gonna fucking put creamy squirt content. Also, how you doing, SSD? Hope you're doing well. For myself, like, I saw the Silent Hill 2 remake and I was like, God damn it, they're doing that. They're doing it. Fucking Bloober. God damn it, Bloober. When I saw Bloober's name, I was like, God damn it, they're doing it. Fuck me. OnlyFans for Oni-chan. Holy shit. Bro, no. 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 Bloober's fucking shit. I'm gonna say this right now. Bloober's fucking shit. Like, all of their games, I'm gonna say this, all of their games have no combat. No combat at all. This is their first game that they're gonna do combat. Please go jinx it.
Place smells like a ripe distillery.
I'm not jinxing it. I'm just gonna say that all of their games, all of Bloober's games have no combat at all. This is the first time that they're gonna do combat. And the combat actually just looks like fucking Homecoming's combat, so I don't know how to feel about that.
That's his maybe, but he sent me for this script.
But, you know, that's just one of the 4 games that were showcased this year, that were showcased in the Silent Hill showcase. What I'm looking forward to is actually F, like Silent Hill F.
Love is. The world is mum. Just now, I need a dose of hide and seek. Find me thrice, fair maid. Be quick about it. We can deal.
What do you call a manly cheese? Macho cheese? Are you a macho cheese freshly baked croissant? Are you a macho cheese? How are you doing, freshly baked croissant?
Occupation for an
Croissant.
He never runs out.
Hope you're doing well. I'm a croissant. You are a croissant. But you can also have macho cheese on your croissant. Anyways, what was I about to say? Yeah, so the only good Silent Hill, like, announcement that I actually saw was Silent Hill F. And I'm really excited for Silent Hill F. I think Silent Hill F has a potential to be a really good Silent Hill game, but I don't know how is it gonna be like sooner or later, you know? I really want Silent Hill F to be a really good game because one, it's in the 1960s. Two, it's actually a Japanese spin-off. Like it's a Japanese spin-off to the whole American Silent Hill games, you know? They have never made a Silent Hill that is in Japan until now. Isn't it 1/6? Like, isn't the statue like 1/6 of the original size? So it's like 30 centimeters. Like, holy shit, that's fucking huge. Not gonna lie. Actually, to be honest, how big is a PS5? Oh, how tall is a PS5? Silent Hill, but it's Dark Souls inspired. Jesus Christ, I don't want that. I honestly do not want that. Same size as my cock, dude. Your cock size is like fucking five fucking centimeters. What are you talking about? I swear to God, I've seen your dick size before. It's fucking 5 centimeters. What are you talking about? 1 inch, or 2 inches. Dark Souls Silent Hill. Oh god. Oh god. No. Did you know that fucking global reset music actually found me through 5 kilometers? No, I say 5 centimeters. Your cock is 5 centimeters. I've seen it before. Smile. The Dark Heroes Silent Souls. True.
This is too easy.
Why is he running away? 5 centimeters average, big even. How would you know? Have you seen? Have you gotten any penises before? 5 inches? Yeah, 5 inches. Yes. 5 centimeters. Debatable. I'm clipping it and sending it to Twitch. No, don't ruin my fun page, dude. My fun page. It's gonna be next week. What are you talking about? Please don't. No, SSD. My fun page. Have you seen peen? Have I seen peen? Yes. I see my own peen every day. No, don't cancel me. No canceling. Oh wow, this is platforming. Vaccine yelling at him because I don't fucking play fucking Dark Souls like every time. That was the first time I've actually played Dark Souls and I fucking hated it. I mean, it was alright until like the point where like people were like, yo, you have to do this, fucking do that, you little bitch. You're bisexual? I'm bisexual as well. Five centimeters like when it's cold out, true. $740.80. What the fuck do you mean by that? Oh, you mean the pyramid head. Is it a pyramid head fucking figurine? $700? Are you kidding me? What the fuck? Dude, I can buy like fucking, I don't know, like 2 fucks over that. Play a game called what the fuck is oh, Lifeline. Oh shit, I was like, what the fuck is Lifeline? Motherfucker, Lifeline. You can buy your virginity bag with that. Yeah, I can buy my virginity bag with that amount of money, that's for sure. Okay. Hold on, let me check about these things real quick. Why buy 2 fucks? Buy Beetlejuice costume instead? True. Can do that. My wife's boyfriend say they are late to play. Heck yeah! Let's go. Let's give it up for Global Reset Music's ex-wife's boyfriend. Let's fucking go. Oh. Wait, hold on. inside a keyhole. Is it actually inside a keyhole? Oh, it is. Not ex-wise boyfriend, just wise boyfriend. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut it. I knew what I was saying. I was just dumb. Does it not show me the thing? Hold on. I guess it doesn't show me the thing.
Oh, you have me now. You won't have me again.
What a dynamic. Yo, what a dynamic, dude. Okay. You guys got great camaraderie, not gonna lie. I don't even know these guys. They're just people who just fucking make music, huh? Anyways, continuing from what I'm talking about, because I don't know if RS25 is still here. If RS25 is still here, I can still talk about the other games as well. So there's Silent Hill 2 Remake. It was cool, but it's made by Bloober, so I'm not too sure if I would like it, but we'll see. Silent Hill F is the only one that I'm very interested in, because in Silent Hill F you actually play in in Japan, but like it's 1960 Japan, and it's a Japanese spin-off from the original Silent Hill games actually. So I'm really excited for that. There are 2 more games as well, like what was it? Townfall. Townfall is something that I probably don't know whether I would like it or not, because this one is a multiplayer game, and 2, it hasn't been talked about yet. There's like a radio for it, but like I don't know what it is at the moment. It could be something, honestly. So Silent Hill Townfall could be something cool, could be something not cool, but we'll see about it sooner or later. Yeah, it didn't really show anything at all. It showed like the whatever bullshit it is, and then yeah, it's just a radio, and that's about it. I don't really think there's anything else other than a radio, but I don't know. Silent Hill Ascension is the one that it looks pretty interesting, but I don't know how interesting it will be, because it's an interactive experience, and whatever choice you make is actually fucking canon. Like, they actually say that, like, whatever choice you make is canon. So like I said, it's an interactive experience. I don't know how the interactive experience is gonna be like, so we'll see about that. But the only 2 games that were kind of announced-ish were 2 Remake and F. They also showed the movie as well, which I've never seen the movies yet, but we'll see about the movie sooner or later. That's all I'm gonna say. But for Silent Hill 2 Remake, I'm kind of a bit questionable with Bloober, because Bloober is one of those companies where some people do like it, some people don't, but a lot of people, yeah, a lot of people just have their opinions about Bloober. I have my opinions about Bloober. Layers of Fear 2 sucked ass. Oh god. Layers of Fear 2 sucked ass. Blair Witch kind of was alright until the end of the game, which also sucked ass. I've not played the medium. I want to try to play the medium as soon as possible, but we'll see about the medium sooner or later, if I could actually buy the game, which is like $67 if I'm not mistaken. It's as expensive as it is. So it's mostly games that, they're all games without combat as well. So if you're ever gonna find like a game that has combat, Bloober's not the game, and Bloober's not the company that has like ever combat systems and such, you know. They never had a combat system at all. Probably gonna go with this one then. Bloober literally make games making fun of mental health. Really? Wait, what? Really? When did they do that? Is it on the Medium or something? Hey, Mai. Was that the Medium, or was that like? Hold on.
It's all in the game. A third cup. You've won. You're a good sport. And no one died. Join me in the library. Unlike some, I know Welsh.
Following clip, global meeting Geo for the first time. What's this? What is this shit? Oh, I remember that. You ready to play Silent Hill Verse? Okay, Silent Hill Verse is probably gonna be either Ascension or Townfall. I'm not very interested into those two. Maybe Ascension. I don't know about Townfall yet. Townfall just seems questionable. Silent Hill 2 remake, very questionable because of the. I'm very excited for Silent Hill, that's for sure. No, Silent Hill F is not gonna be Silent Hill Verse. I swear to God, it's not gonna be Silent Hill Verse. It's gonna be one of those games that I feel that is gonna have potential in bringing back the Silent Hill series. Although they actually do, yeah, it's actually fucking published. It's gonna be published by whatever fucking thing that it's made Verse and Resistance, if I'm not mistaken. And also they actually did what's that other game? Let me check. Hold on.
Some fish can sing, but not all.
They made, or they published other games as well. They published, God, I'm gonna hate this for saying this. I'm gonna hate for saying this. They released Call of Duty Online, Shrek 4, Kung Fu Panda, Alone in the Dark 3. So it's, I don't know how questionable it will be, but I'm still gonna be very excited for that one. I'm not gonna be excited about the movies, I think, because I've never watched the movies yet. Maybe sooner or later I'll watch the movies, but you know, movies are as it is. But the only one that I'm actually very excited for is F. I think F is gonna be like a potential game that could actually get back the Silent Hill.
I'm not terribly musical, but you
watch the
seem
first
like a
movie, the second movie can fuck off. Like I said, I've not watched the movies yet. If I had the chance to watch the movies, I would probably do. But like I just, you know, I fucking sleep on it because I never nobody knows. It could just be yeah, it's just F.
Everyone here has an excuse for doing nothing. Reminds me of the asylum.
This director, is it the same one? It's fun, but holy fuck, the monetization in the game ruined the stupid game as a live service. Yeah, it's just called F. Like, do you want to see it? Hold on, I'll show it. Where is it? Hey, Assassin's Renata. Hold on, what is the thing called again? Silent Hill fuck, probably. Is it Transmission? Yeah, here we go. Wait. Konami. There we go.
Into a story that we can tell.
So, this part is the part where I was like, yeah, I knew it was Silent Hill 2. I was like, yeah, cool, Silent Hill 2. They're doing a remake. Also, if someone's gonna ask, where is a Silent Hill 1 remake? Shattered Memories. Shattered Memories is the Silent Hill 1 remake, and that is the only kind of good Western Silent Hill game out of it, you know? Yeah, that was the only good Silent Hill game out of the whole Western Silent Hill like games. So if you ever gonna ask like, oh, where's Silent Hill 1 remake? They actually did it, which is Shattered Memories. I'm not gonna talk about it. Why are these games good? Because it really revitalizes the whole survival horror and psychological horror. And Silent Hill is one of those games that I highly recommend people playing it. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. So I saw, if I'm not mistaken, I saw this part. I was like, yeah, cool. It's gonna be fucking Silent Hill 2, and then I saw this. I was like, no, it's gonna be fucking Bloober. And I was like, fuck me. If I saw Bloober, I was like, they did layers of fear. It sucked. I almost slept on Layers of Fear. I didn't want to finish playing that game. They did Blair Witch, which was alright until the end of the game, and then it was all fucking shit. I don't know about the medium because I never bought the medium, and the medium is like, how much is the medium? Oh wait, hold on. The medium. $67. It's that expensive. That's why I haven't touched the medium yet. Look at all the 10, 9, 9. 4.5. See, IGN is the only one that has 8. What the fuck? First on your wish list is Lost from Beyond. I don't know. Oh yeah. I guess why not, honestly. Anyways. I saw Bloober, I was like, oh, okay, it's cool. I'm gonna kill myself because it's Bloober. But also, Silent Hill 2, you can actually wishlist the game on Steam right now, so I'm pretty fucking excited, honestly. I'm pretty excited to actually play this game, but I'm not gonna be excited that it's because of Bloober. I'm excited that because it's a remake again, you know. So it's cool, it's a remake, and then, yeah, you can get this game on PC. Oh yeah! Yo! Look at this shit! Look at this shit!
Show that keeps you informed about Silent Hill.
Hold on.
My name is Selena, and I'll be...
Pro horror gamer, let's go! First ever professional horror gamer on this thing. Let's go, Selena! Let's fucking go! We are all amateur horror gamers. She's the first professional horror gamer. Let's go! I'm not talking shit about Selena. Dude. Legit, she's fucking pro horror gamer. Like, I don't know how Konami had to make her title as a pro horror gamer, but it was like so fucking... It's so fucking great that, like, Selena actually gets to talk about Silent Hill. She's yours? Well, honestly, I give support for Selena. No, she can speak Japanese and English. That's what it is. Also, where's the combat? I remember they mentioned about the combat, like, somewhere.
21 years since Evolve. For example, that's why we went with the over-the-shoulder camera, so we can immerse players into the... For example,
oh my god, it's an over-the-shoulder camera. Oh my god, no. You know, I skipped all of this because I didn't want to hear all of this. I wanted to see all the other games. It's an over-the-shoulder? Are you fucking serious?
That's why we went with the over-the-shoulder camera, so we can immerse players into the game world as much as possible.
Jesus Christ. Also, yeah, here's the combat. Look at this combat. Look at this fucking combat right here.
But give it a new form, which will
combat. It's combat.
Game a timeless classic. But
look at this fucking combat. I swear to fucking god, this combat looks so fucking... It looks like fucking Homecoming. I swear to god, this part just looks like Homecoming. Look. Look, it looks like fucking Homecoming with dodge. No, don't like it. Graphic looks like shit fake. How you doing, Britain's Dying Griffin? It's shit fake because it's made by Bloober. Oh yeah! Did I mention that this game is an Unreal Engine game? I've totally forgot. This game is made in Unreal Engine. God fucking damn it. Yeah, okay, yeah, this game is made in Unreal Engine, which is like one of the engines that I don't like. I mean, sure, they have like high graphics kind of thing, you know? It's just, I don't feel that Unreal Engine should be a good, should be an engine that you could use, for, professional or, for high AAA game kind of thing, right? You don't use Unreal Engine. That kind of sucks. Use your own engine if you can actually make one, you know? Well, for once, I think that if you're making a AAA game, don't use fucking Unreal Engine and make your own. So many AAA companies use Unreal. They use mostly Unity as well though. But I feel like Unity is actually better than Unreal. There are some games that they actually use Unreal, but I fucking hate Unreal. That's all I could say. Anyways.
Silent Hill 2.
Any dev for Puppet Combo. Yeah, I love Unity. I really did like Unity.
Exclusively to PlayStation.
There are Unity games that actually, is really good. Like Madison. I think Madison was one of those games that actually looks like an Unreal Engine game, but it's not an Unreal Engine game. It's actually a Unity game that actually looks super fucking good.
5.
Also, we're gonna go with we're gonna go with this one. But they actually revealed they wanted to remake Silent Hill 2 because of RE2 remake. Wait, where? Is it in
the same
here?
End result. Players' expectation effect. Players in or
will draw.
I don't know.
でもカムさんがねこう酔っ払って
So when they're talking about the film, I'm not gonna care about the film honestly. Okay, this is the part where they talk about Townfall, and I was like, I don't know what Townfall is. Sure, they showed us this thing. But what the fuck is Townfall?
You're to be punished.
But okay, Townfall has one good thing. And it's gonna be published by Annapurna. This is the only good thing about the trailer for Townfall. It's actually published by Annapurna, and Annapurna is a really good company. We go from a really shitty fucking game company to a really good publishing company. But yeah, Annapurna is a really, really good company. I highly recommend any kind of Annapurna games. It's really good.
That's good, huh?
It says Silent Hill remake won't happen until 3 years ago. 3 years ago, I'm sorry too. Oh, I guess so. Maybe, I don't know.
You know what? I think you're right. I think we've done something so awful.
100% it could be.
We are stuck here in this place, being judged by these. Another reason.
But yeah, the whole radio thing just looks pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. Look at all of this. No, Silent Hill 1 was because it was remake already. It was remade. It's already been remade. Silent Hill 1 was done. Because it was Shattered Memories that was the Silent Hill 1. No, it was the remake. That was the remake. Because they wanted to remake the whole game from the first one, and it brought into a Western view of how Silent Hill 1 was like. That was the Silent Hill 1 remake, which was Shattered Memories, and a lot of people forgot about it. I also forgot about it until I realized, wait, I forgot that the Western version of Silent Hill was Shattered Memories. But yeah, this Silent Hill 2 remake seems like it's kind of polish-ish, but also at the same time it's gonna be made by Bloober, so I don't know how Bloober is gonna be like. I'm gonna bet that there's gonna be something that they're gonna fuck up on. I'm not gonna say anything about it. I feel like there's gonna be something that they're gonna fuck up on. And yeah, I'm probably gonna play it on the day one anyways, you know. I mean, as a Silent Hill speedrunner, I'm just gonna play it on day one anyways. We'll see about it. But anyways, Transmission is one that I'm pretty excited for because, a bit excited for because it's gonna be published by Annapurna, and Annapurna is a really good publishing company anyways. So Silent Hill Townfall, we don't really know anything about Townfall anyways. It's made by No Code and I think it's No Code. Yeah, No Code and Annapurna. So, yeah. The House Bluebird, they're remaking something as opposed to digging up their own IP. I guess so. We're gonna skip on the movie because I'm not really gonna be talking about the movie that much because the movie, I never watched the movies yet. Although 10 years ago they actually did said about 1, a movie, 2, a multiplayer Silent Hill game, 3, a new IP on the Silent Hill game, and I think a HD remake, which was Silent Hill 2 and 3. So that was 10 years ago. This is like now. They're doing the same thing all over again. I'm pretty excited for
the game even
like
more.
only one
Here's
game for
the
now.
First one we would like to introduce.
Maybe for Silent Hill Townfall, but because it was published by Annapurna, and that's about it. I watched the first movie for sure, but like we'll see about we'll see when I actually get into the first movie because I've never watched it at all. So yeah.
So, you all very
oh yeah, they also have
1/6 scale statue of Red Pyramid thing.
Dude, 1/6 scale statue. Like what the fuck? Like 30 fucking centimeters or some shit like that. Or is it 40? I don't even know. 1/6 of actual fucking Pyramid Head. How tall is fucking Pyramid Head? Dude. It's 34 centimeters, dude. It's 34 centimeters. What's 30? Hey Siri, what is 34 times 6?
34 times 6 is 204.
Dude, Pyramid Head is 204 centimeters tall, which is like fucking 6. It's fucking. Wait, hold on. How tall is RS-25? I feel like RS-25 is taller than Pyramid Head. I feel like 204 centimeters. How tall is 204 centimeters? Yeah, you 6 butt. I feel like RS-25 is actually taller than Pyramid Head. For some reason, I actually thought that RS-25 is taller than Pyramid Head. Is that chick? Yo, 184, 6'7". 6'7"? Oh shit, that's actually really tall. Okay, but whatever. Who is she? Selena. Selena. What's the fucking number again? I don't remember the number. Hold on. Selena. Is it one whatever it is? I don't remember what Selena it is. No. I don't remember the Selena. Hold on. Let me actually find what the Selena. Oh, there you go. This is Selena. This one. This Selena. This one. I saw Jewel followed some OnlyFans. I didn't. I did not. This one. This Selena. This is the same Selena as this Selena. Yeah. I should follow her. Honestly. But yeah. That Selena is the same Selena as this one. And I'm pretty happy that she's, you know, she's actually talking about the whole Silent Hill thing. Let me close this one real quick. There we go. She looks ready to die in this video.
You can even see the details we couldn't express because of the video game. The interchangeable with the hand holding
Maria,
gun,
you know Maria's right here as well.
In the sub scenario.
How tall is Maria? Maria looks.
Hand holding the...
Wait. 28. Hey Siri, what is 28 times 6?
28 times 6 is 168.
What? She's taller than me? Fuck me, bro. Dude, look at fucking James Sunderland. He looks like he's about to die. Fun page thing. Do they have any rules? I think. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, like no talking about. I think it's too. I don't know. I'm not too sure about it. I had to ask them again, but like if there's any kind of rules, I'll just talk about it. But they never even said anything about rules. I just know that I'm gonna be on front page next week on Twitch. Yeah, Yeah, I'm probably gonna not swear a lot, and I know how to not swear a lot. It's just, you know, cocks and murder, true. But next week, if you guys do not know, I actually signed up for the Hello Fest because Twitch Singapore, what was it again? Hold on, let me check it out again. Oh, so yeah, this is my Instagram. Check out my Instagram, smile. This one. So they have this thing right here. So they have the whole if you play horror games or you like dressing up on stream from this one, we want you to be part of HoloFest. They want you, they asked for like a sign up thing, and I signed up for it. I got in. Actually, let me check something real quick. I'm not even playing the game. I'm talking about Silent Hill right now. Feels bad. Feels fucking bad, man. Good Christian boy, probably. Oh shit, not Alice Madness Returns. Whoops, that's my bad. Where is it? Here, HoloFest. There's like 14 people so far. Haha! I'm all the way on the top. Let's go! Fuck you guys, whoever you are. Okay, we got Ian! Fucking hell, yes, Ian is good. Fairy is good. I like these two. Because, okay, Ian I know because she knows about me with speedrunning. I don't know about this one, honestly. Lord Fairy I know through one of the other partner streamers and such. I don't mind duos on top of... What? What do you mean? I searched duo on Instagram and a white man came up. What the fuck are you talking about? But yeah. There are a few people that I know of. These two. These two people I do know of them. But yeah, I'm in the Twitch team for HoloFest, and I'm gonna be excited that I'm gonna be on the front page next week. So yeah, talking about Instagram. I know you talked about Instagram.
The high quality and beautiful
Anyways,
details.
we're gonna talk about this a little bit more. Oh yeah, you got the fucking dog as well. Like honestly, I don't know when the dog's gonna come out. Holy shit, I really want to get the dog. This one is gonna be fucking amazing and cool. Like honestly, that's Maxis' dog. True. He owns this dog. Also, they had the whole fucking whatever it is. They had the whole skateboard thing, and then they also have the plushie. But I think the plushie actually costs like a lot of money. Hold on, let me actually check. Konami, what's it? Konami shop. How much is this gonna be if I actually? Uh oh. Is that a black screen for me? Okay, there we go. If I would want to pre-order this thing, how much would it be? Oh, fuck. No. Get out! Get out! I don't want to look like trucker cap. I want this. I want this. So how much would it be if I were to... Oh man, I can't even buy it. Boo. Oh wait, add to cart. Add to cart. If I were to go to cart. Alright. How much is the... how much is the whole shipping price? I want to see how much is the shipping. Oh god, no, do not show it. Calculated at next step. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna shut this off for a bit. Hold on. I'm gonna just tell you how much it is. It's Dojuho, you dummy. Do not email me. If I do continue shopping. Oh man. I want to see how much is this gonna be. Too late, I followed the white man. What the fuck? What do you follow the white man for? Holy shit! Bro! It's $92! What the fuck? Bro, what even? Hold on. Can I just do this real quick? Yeah, 90... Wait, what? Bro, look! Look at this shit. Hold on. Dude, look! Look at the shipping price. $34 for the okay, $34 for the plushie, 35. $57 for the shipping. What the flying fuck? What was this? I can give you a fuck only charge you 91. True. You need to leave. True. Anyways, let's go back to this real quick.
All these products are now available. Please check it out.
Okay. Thank you, Selena. Oh shit, dude, Booba.
Each figure typically stands around 17 to 8. Great blade.
Okay, this one is the one that I think it's the. If I'm not mistaken, this one is the one that is. It's the interactive multiplayer experience. Hey Nate, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, this one is the Ascension game. Is 9244 for you too? Yeah. I saw this yesterday and went crazy to Return of Silent Hill. We'll see about Return of Silent Hill. Okay, question. Is Behavior the people who made Dead by Daylight, by the way? Like, just gonna ask, is Behavior the guys who actually made Dead by Daylight or worked on Dead by Daylight? Okay, cool. So, I feel like this game is either like a Dead by Daylight thing or just like a multiplayer interactive experience that is probably gonna feel like Dead by Daylight. But I don't know how it will be yet because it's a multiplayer experience. Like, this game is a multiplayer experience on its own already because of the fucking Twitch, the chat box right there. So yeah, there's that. And then you got not Sakura. Oh my god. I think Project Sakura was this one. I think. I'm not too sure. Anyways, F. We're gonna look at F. F is the one that I'm very, very like excited for. I don't know if this game is gonna be a PS5 exclusive. I feel like this game probably is gonna be a PS5 exclusive. I don't know if it's gonna be on PC, but if it's gonna be a PS5 exclusive, then holy shit, this game is fucking amazing for what it is right now. What's that horror game? Is a Slitherface, sorry. Slitherface. Slitherface? Slitherface, I think? Hold on. I think it's Slitherface. Give me a quick search. Is it Slitherface or Slitherhead? Slitherhead. No, it's Slitherhead. God, this thing was 10 months ago. Holy fuck. I didn't realize that this thing was 10 months ago. Anyways. Yeah, I thought it was Slitherface and Slitherhead. Anyways. This thing is taking place in 1960s Japan, which looks super fucking well made. I mean, this is not like the actual gameplay, you know, but like it just looks so fucking amazing. You got Schoolgirl as well. Oh yeah, here comes Trypophobia as well. If you're not into Trypophobia, if you're not into holes, look away right now. Yeah, if you're not into holes, look away right now. There you go. You can look back now. Holes. Okay. This part was the part that I'm like, holy shit, that is fucking amazing. This part, like, holy fucking shit. It looks so fucking good. I swear to God, it just looks so fucking good. It's F. Silent Hill F. Yeah, so, like, this game is in 1960s Japan, it's a Japanese spin-off from the Silent Hill games, because every Silent Hill game was actually it actually takes place in America. The F is like Forte, I guess so. I don't know. But why the font for F? I don't know. So this is the Japanese spin-off that it's gonna be taking place in Japan rather than in America, because all the games that Silent Hill was based in it was all in America. Now they are actually gonna change it to Japan, and I'm pretty excited for this game to be a Japanese spin-off of the whole Silent Hill games. Like, this is the one that I'm like really fucking excited for. I heard about Ryokishi. Ryokishi is the guy who made one of the horror manga, or no, sorry, horror anime. The story is super fucking good from what I've heard. Or like, his writing is super fucking good from what I've heard. They also have Kera. Kera is the designer for one of the PS Vita games, if I'm not mistaken. Why don't you play guitar on stream? Because I haven't played guitar on stream in a while. But yeah, Kera, really good designs. I think I need to find out what the designs are again. The designs for Kera, it's amazing. I need to check it out again. Hold on. Also, everyone, make sure you look out the game. I mean, it is what it is with the company. I mean, like I said, it could go either way with whoever it is. It could go either way with motherfucking what the fuck? I don't remember what the fucking thing is called. Silent Hill 2 and Bluebird. So there's that. Who knows? Maybe they would do it justice, maybe not. I don't know. Anyways, these things right here. These things right here. So Kera made all the character design, and it looks super fucking amazing. Look at this. Look at this. This is all from NG, which is I think Spirit Hunter NG, I think. Spirit Hunter and NG. Which is a PS Vita game. It looks super fucking good. Look. Look at this! This is a fucking Vita game! Of all games, this is a fucking Vita game. Look! Now, this one just looks so good. As a monster. Like, holy shit. But yeah. So, Kera made that. It's like, holy shit. If you have a really good character designer coming into making a Silent Hill game, that's gonna be fucking amazing. Apart from like Guillermo del Toro, I think Guillermo del Toro could have been a better, like, it could have been like as good as it is as well, but you know, it is what it is with Kera. I think they're gonna put a lot of Japanese influence as well, because you know, with the whole Japanese influence, I think it's gonna be a really cool game to actually look out for. So Kera, Motori Okano, Motori did, I don't know what it is. I think he did like one of the whole manga thing. Can't see. Oh shit, sorry. That was my bad. There we go. Motori Okamoto. He did one of the manga, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And then you have fucking whatever it is it Neofang? Oh, Neobards. Neobards is fucking, I don't remember. I only know they actually made Resistance and fucking Verse, and I'm like, huh. Neobards. This one. Wait, Silent Hill is in West Virginia? Yeah, it always has been in West Virginia this whole time. Well, kind of. Well, kind of, I guess. It always has been taking place in America. This is the only game that is going to be taking place in Japan. But yeah, this is the only game that they're gonna make that is like it's solely in Japan. They have never made a game, or they have never made a Silent Hill game that is actually based in like anywhere else other than America. And this is the only one. Yeah, I'm doing like a little kind of like talk about what I think about the whole Silent Hill trailers because I watched it last night. It's so fucking good. Silent Hill F is fucking promising. I hope this game is gonna be good. Yeah, I think let me see what Neobards actually do again. Okay, here we go. Games. All right. They did Artiverse, the whole whatever shit this thing is. Marvel's Avengers, they did Resistance, they did this. They also did the Devil May Cry HD collection, Onimusha, No Straight Roads. So they released these 4 and I guess these 2, and it's like, yeah, but also at the same time, like, I don't even know what other games they actually made. Hold on, I need to actually check what other games they actually like released or made, because I know they actually made or released a bunch of other games as well. If I'm not mistaken, they actually did a bunch of games as well. Hold on. Did they only do Resident Evil Resistance and? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I guess this was interesting. Anyways, yeah. Honestly, I'm very this one is promising. I don't know anything about Resistance or Reverse because I do have the games, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I have Resistance right here. I never fucking touched it at all, and then Reverse. I also never touched this one as well. So, yeah. Resistance is dead. Reverse, Resistance, and Marvel Avengers are the only games they developed. I see. But honestly, I don't know. They actually they're actually bringing in like a few of the people that like are very well known in the whole like industry. Like Ryu Kishi. Ryu Kishi is a really good story writer. You got Kera. Kera is fucking the character design is so good already. And then you have like Motoi Okamoto. Sorry, Okamoto. That was also cool as well. But I honestly am gonna say that like this game is I don't know if it's gonna be a Resistance kind of thing, but like I honestly am gonna say that this game is probably one of the only games that I probably am gonna be considering like anticipating, because it's so fucking good. It's like the Silent Hill is getting the shotgun approach. Silent Hill F has the writer of Higurashi. Yeah, Higurashi. That's the one. Like, look, it looks super fucking well made already. Like it just looks super fucking well made already. Like this thing, it just looks super fucking well made. I like it. Including this part. This part just looks like fucking Siren and Fatal Frame. Like this part just looks like Siren and Fatal Frame. But it's a Silent Hill game. Also, again, Trypophobia. Whoever has Trypophobia, look away right now. Trypophobia, Trypophobia, Trypophobia. Okay, it's gone. But yeah, this game is like the only, like, I guess the only game out of like the whole Silent Hill games that I'm probably gonna be anticipating a lot. Other than like, let me see that face real quick again. This one, this face is like super fucking good. Look at that. Look at that. Cut that face out, baby. Look at that. So good. I like that F didn't go for Rust. Snaking Red Vice is a good look. It's super good. I honestly am gonna say that Silent Hill F is probably. I don't wanna think that F is 5. I don't wanna think that F is 5. That's all I'm gonna say. If F means 5, like Silent Hill 5, I'm just gonna be like, no. F is for fuck. Silent Hill 5. This is the game, Silent Hill 5. Fungus. It could be Silent Hill Fungus. Yeah, because looks really fungus-like. How you doing, Teddy? Is for flower. It could be for flower as well. It could mean anything. F could be for fuck. F could be for 5. F could be for flower. F could be for whatever town it is in fucking in Japan. Upskirt. Whoops. Fuck off, we made a new one, true. There's already RE Village. What do you mean there's already RE Village? Fiddling kids? No, we're not gonna be fiddling kids, honestly. But yeah, I feel like this game is gonna be like a revive. Maybe, I don't know. It could be that, I don't know. But this Silent Hill could be the Silent Hill that could revitalize or revive the whole series. Like, I legitimately think that this one could be the one. If they don't cancel it. That's all I'm gonna say. If they don't cancel it. If they cancel it, that's gonna make everyone fucking disappointed and fuck Konami, you know? They did that for they did that for PT / Silent Hills. They probably can do this thing all over again, you know? If they do this all over again, then oh shit, man. That's gonna suck a lot. I don't know. Maybe. But yeah, this is the Japanese spin-off. This is the Japanese spin-off to Silent Hill. Like the Silent Hill in Americas and stuff like that. This is really good. Pachinko money, they don't... I don't know. Like, people want to have another Silent Hill game. I'm just saying, people wanted to have another Silent Hill game. It's just, when would it happen? We all don't know when would it happen until like a few days ago when it was like, yo, hold on, what is this? Oh, when everything was like, yo, Silent Hill transmission. I was like, what? Copium? And then I made an OnlyFans account because they made 4 new games. Fuse Batman. Oh shit, what did I do that for? There's nothing on. There we go. Cool. I was trying to actually get my game working again. What made you speedrun Elmo? I saw it on the speedrun page and then I was like, yeah, I want to speedrun Elmo. That was me when it was like in 2018, I think. Yeah, 2018, 2019 me was like, yeah, I want to speedrun Elmo with ABCs. That's about it. What do I have to do with this fucking thing? But yeah, if you're asking me about my opinions about Silent Hill, like the Silent Hill games, I think F could be a potential in a really good Silent Hill game. I don't know about it yet, but F could be a really good potential, like honestly. F could be like the game that could revitalize or revive the whole series. And I'm gonna like, I'm not gonna eat my words, I guess, but like I probably think so. I don't know about Silent Hill 2 Remake, but what I think about Silent Hill 2 Remake is that Silent Hill 2 Remake, yeah, considering I don't know, considering because Bloober has never had hold on. Okay, let me actually do this fight real quick and then I'll talk about it again. Oh god. Shit. Oh god. Whoops. That's my bad. Ow! Whoa! Whoa! Oh there. Okay, cool. Got them all dead. Good. Cool. I don't know about Silent Hill 2 Remake. I just think that Silent Hill 2 Remake is probably gonna be a bit shit. But I'm thinking Silent Hill F is probably gonna make it better. We'll see. Memes probably? Probably memes. Maybe I don't really know a lot about the whole whatever company it is. But I legitimately think like F could have potential.
I'm sure you'd like to do a decent job.
Am I stuck? I'm stuck. Hello? Did I soft lock? Okay, there we go. I think it was a $1 promotion. I'm not too sure about it. Like, I honestly got it from like Discord because Discord had the whole. Oh god, Discord had the whole. Like they give you like Xbox Game Pass for free until like God knows how long, and then it's like a 3-month Game Pass or some shit like that. That's what it was. Can I go over to the other person instead? But yeah, I'm kind of excited for these Silent Hill games. I think the Silent Hill games is gonna. I think one of them will make a lot of success than the other few. Maybe not. Maybe not two remake. But I think probably like either. Okay, it's either gonna be Townfall or F. It's either one of them. Townfall seems very promising as well, but like we don't really see a lot other than the fucking radio, and that's about it. So we'll see. I don't know if it's gonna be the one that killed the whole that could kill the whole series. I just think that like. I just think that like it's gonna be exciting just to see another new Silent Hill game come out again. That is not a pachinko machine. That's not a gacha thing. That's not anything that is like out of the ordinary, I guess. Or like it's not about gambling for once. It's not a fucking mobile game as well for once. But I had to go. Oh god, can we go up? Thanks. Wait, is it back here or what? Hello? Oh, here. Hold on. Gacha with gacha? No, I don't. I hope that is not gacha. Honestly, if it's gacha, just... Oh, fuck. I think I hit the wrong person for sure. Oh shit, I kind of missed my fucking shit. There we go, that's what I wanted to do this whole time. Dodge that shit. Dodge that shit as well, which is good. A little bit more. There we go. Hell yeah. Got them. Got him, boys. Got him. Yo, yeet. Oh. There we go. Got the drums. First I banged the drums. Then I banged RS25's mom. How about that? How about that? I bang RS25's mom because he's not here. Smile.
It's surely not lost.
Also, he has the
Perhaps it's
the Blink 182
Suppose I'll have to
tickets.
help
That's
carry the
why.
tune. Better be light.
Are you ready? Oh shit. Oh fuck. Whoa. Okay. Whoa. Wait. Hold on. What if I try this with hey guns. Oh shit. Okay. Wait. Is that it? Oh, thank God.
I doubt it.
How you doing, guns? Hope you're doing well, by the way. Can I get through this? Thank you. Eh? Aw. Work sucked at the end. Aw. Hope you get the energy that you need sooner or later. Got yelled at? Oh man. Yeah, I hope you get the energy sooner or later, like the better energy.
Are the presumptive stars of the show, if you can wake them.
Anyways, you're watching my stream anyways, so that's a little bit of a positive energy, right? Smile. You can yell at the streamer instead of getting yelled at. Show boobs? What the fuck? I can't show my boobs. Can't show my boobs yet, man. What the fuck? Oh shit! Oh shit! Whoa! I didn't realize about this thing. $50 for loots. It's true. Show what? I'm gonna show my feet. How you doing, Chaos? Hope you're doing well. Ow. Kind of fucked it up. Show hoofs. True. Damn, everything's all exploding, man. How did this turn into a bullet hell? Well, gaming. Gaming became like this. Hey, but here's the thing, I'm doing decently well because, you know, I don't play these kind of fucking shitty ass. Oh shit. I don't play sight shooters, Smile. So this is also because I need to get the I think like a rose or something, one part of the rose. That's why I had to do this.
You're correct, miss.
Shoot 'em ups. There we go, there's a rose. See? You paint the rose red. Where the fuck do I go up from? Then what the fuck? Why is RS-25 looking like a fucking sexy ass motherfucker? Like honestly, fucking RS-25 could get pussy any day. But instead he's watching this stupid ass stream just talking about penises and vaginas. I can't believe this. I saw your Instagram. You followed me on Instagram. And I was like, yo, you look super fucking hot. How the fuck do you not get pussy every fucking day? And instead you just watch my fucking streams instead. Sounding gay as fuck. Oh shit, hold on. Oh fuck. Okay, wait, what? No, fuck. Jesus Christ. Oh shit, bro. Oh man. Do that real quick. Do that. I'm gonna die again. Hold on. Oh my fucking god. I didn't make any money this week because Jewel said I should be slamming pussy. True! True! Ow! Fuck. Just be out here just slamming pussies, man. True! Oh, fuck. Fuck me, bro! Why am I getting slam dunked? That breaks thing as well. Okay. Okay. Alice has crabs, yes. Oh. Cool.
Just interrupted my dream.
Yo, is that a fucking... What the fuck is that? That's a small slut. A small seafood slut. It's seafood, but it's also a slut. What the fuck? Bro. Okay, is there any... Okay. Oh, fuck. Go here. What kind of platforming is this, dude? It's like so much platforming is happening right now. Okay. Slam! Slam, slam! I like jellyfish. Can I even... Hold on. There's a way for me to go there. Oh, okay. No. Maybe on a higher elevation? Oh. Well, I came here anyways. Cool. I was like, wait a minute. Do I need a higher elevation instead? And I just came.
Odd indeed. Unusual, perhaps, even extraordinary. But nearly nothing is unique, Alice. Yours was not the first brick home to be destroyed by fire.
Oops. Oh shit, please don't. Get out. I need to fucking have these idiots to get the fuck away from me. You know? Okay, that one's dead. You are gonna die as well. Dude, a bed. Is there more? Oh shit, more of these weird ass seafood sluts.
We still need the star. The star. The star.
The porn star. They're making a porn with the porn star. Wait, hold on. Is this all blocked up? Yeah, it is all blocked off. What is this? Holy shit, it's a fucking puzzle.
Help me, Alice. This poster for the show, it's ruined. If I can't
It
put it
ruined.
back together, Carpenter will grind my pearls.
Okay. Now, how would I do such? What? Oh. Collect four blocks of the surrounding area and start to... Okay. Oh, it's a sliding puzzle. Okay. Okay, it's a sliding puzzle. I'll head to the bathroom real quick and then I'll come back to this game. I just need to take a piss. I'm back. Okay. I want to ask something. Whoever's in the UK or something, did your prime minister literally fucking resigned after after a month?
I need the poster now.
Why? Why did she do that? Party and fighting. Party and fighting? What the fuck does that mean? What happened to the UK? Prime Minister fucking resigned. Can I reach there? I can. Okay. Yeah, the Prime Minister resigned after like 44 days or some shit like that. Oh shit. Yeah, for some reason she just, you know, got out, but I don't know why. Like, J Game said it was party and fighting. I don't know what the fuck does party and fighting mean, but there's that. Listress was like, oh okay, I'm out. Maybe she didn't like the job. It's weird that like, I think it's like one day, if I'm not mistaken, like I heard it's like one day that she was assigned Prime Minister, the fucking Queen died. Which is like so weird. Like one day after she was assigned to be a Prime Minister, the fucking Queen died, so that was a fucking conspiracy or some shit like that. Really? Jesus Christ. Wait, did I do this already? Okay, no I didn't.
Help me put the poster back together.
Oh shit. How many pieces do I need?
The proper order of things is often a mystery to me.
I need one more. I think I do need one more, honestly. Oh no, what never happened. Inviting because basically oh shit, hello. Fuck me, hold on. Oh, I see, okay. Oh shit. Oops. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. I mean, to be fair though, is it weird to think that it's probably like a sexist move or whatever it is? But I don't want to say it's like that. You know, it could be an influence to that as well, but who knows?
Quick, before the show begins.
All right, how does
this work? Where do these pieces go?
Put this up here, put this here, here.
Let us resume our place before our adoring fans at the theater.
The star.
You're not an impresario, you're a killer. The mastermind of a criminal enterprise.
This world is not so either or, Alice.
And I've done your bidding.
You did a few errands, got your hands dirty, big deal. The show distraculates the crowd, shame you'll miss it. You need to deal with these sailors. It's your time.
Time? The time has come to talk of ships and vegetables and royalty and whether pigs have wings and so on.
Ships and vegetables.
Start wailing about there being too much sand on the beach. I'll have your blubber for breakfast.
Shame on you, Carpenter. You made a promise.
I had no choice. One can't always do as one would like. I'd have thought you'd know that by now.
Okay. Wait, what? What's happening? Whoa, dude. Oh. Oh shit. Hold on. I need to go away first. Wait, what? Where is he? Okay, I need to look into this real quick because I don't know what the fuck is happening. I need to kill this dude right now. Alright, cool. Alright, 2 health. 2 motherfucking health. What does pig nose do? What that nose do? It reveals a hole. Hell yeah, brother. Okay.
Pets are friends in our secret cells.
Can I?
Your rabbit
Thank
too.
you.
I'm sure
The controls in this area is like fucking shit, not gonna lie. Like I really just hate the controls for here. It could be better with the camera angles and the movement, but like no. The controls for that one shit. That's the only complaint that I have for this game is like that part is just shit. It could be better, it could be worse, you know. This game is still good either way. I'm just gonna say that. This game is still good either way. I really do like it. A lot. Oh god, hello. Whoa, dude. Whoa, dude! Where is this guy at? Okay, cool. Wow, almost fucking died.
Help me fulfill my pledge. I need my men. They may be hostile at first, but their true souls are trapped. You must release them.
Do they want to be at peace?
They do not know their own minds. What's true of the living is often true of the dead.
Interesting. Oh no, there's like 2 doors. I can't believe this is still chapter 2. Like, I don't know how long have I been playing this game, but like, this is still chapter 2. It's like a long fucking game. Oh, hello. What? Okay. Oh, wow. That's another one. Okay. Where's the camera angle so fucking weird? Hold on. There we go.
I'm a savior of a sort.
I'm a savior of a sort? Are you kidding me? Oh, what the flying fuck is that? Oh, this is like some. Oh, crap. I was about to say this looks like some Dark Souls shit, you know. Maybe I need to wait for this light. That's all I can say. Maybe I do. Oh yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I do need to wait for this light. If not, I'm fucking falling down.
Thanks for releasing me. I never dreamed.
You got a 19-year-old girl to release you, dude. Dude, no. No. You have a 19-year-old girl to release you? Are you serious? Are you like for real serious? A 19-year-old girl doing that for you? How would it? 19 what? She's 19 years old. Like, Alice is 19 years old in this game. So, there's a guy who wants to be released by a 19-year-old. I would say interesting, but, you know. Oh god, hello. Oh god, that's a problem. Do you think a 19-year-old would help to release a guy? Oh shit, wow, I got punched. You want a 19-year-old chick to release you? I don't think so, mister. New Game Plus is like 19, might be less. What? Really?
a soul be so ignorant?
maybe. Okay. If it's a spirit, sure, I don't mind. If it's like someone who is a human being, that's gonna be a problem. That's gonna be a problem. Is this thing gonna... okay. I don't know what was there, but sure.
Thanks for reuniting me with my ship.
One more? I can't believe this chapter is like super fucking long. No! I jumped down! I jumped down for fuck all! It's 19 is not old enough to drink, but old enough to release spirits. Jesus Christ! Old enough to release spirits, sure. It's not because you decided to watch YouTube for an hour. Well, partially, but also because, like, you know, I don't know, this long. Well, technically, I kind of gotten into chapter 2 in like an hour into this game, I guess. I couldn't even fucking... This is the end of the game? No, it's... Wait, new game plus 27 minutes, just gonna go on 90%. It's 2 hours! Damn. I'm not even near chapter 2 ending yet. If you wanna ask. This is not the end of the game. This is almost the end of chapter 2. Because this game is gonna take quite a while, I would say. Also, hold on. Someone DM'd me or something? No. Not someone DM'd me, that's why. Whoa, dude! All these fucking slugs, dude. Oh my god, dude, slugs! Slugs! Look at the slugs! Are they just ever spawn? Yeah, they're always spawning. Spawning! Sorry, spawning. Yeah. That error spawning. I need to look into this. Hey, Firebird Lover. Hope you're doing well. Wait, Amai, are you still here, by the way? I need to ask you something, Amai. Are you gonna co-stream fucking Resident Evil Showcase? I can't co-stream Resident Evil Showcase because I don't have the fucking... I don't think I have the rights to co-stream. Unless you have a, like a fancy fucking tag. Because if you want to co-stream the thing, you gotta have a fancy fucking tag for it, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I don't have the rights for it. Party. Oh god, hello. Oh my god, hold on. Are you kidding me? How you things? Thingamajigs? Oh, fuck. I really want to clear these things away. It's just how am I going to clear them away like that? Is there a way for me to switch? Oh, I can. Oh. Okay, hold on. Oh my god, dude. Are you fucking serious? Really? Oh fuck, I killed him finally, holy shit. Jesus Christ, that one took me so fucking...
Do angels have this much trouble?
Like really long, yeah. I have a lot of trouble with this. Oh yeah, Nan! I need to ask you something. I forgot. If you're still here. Nan, I had to ask you something. Did one of my friends ask you about a commission thing? Die. I think so. Okay, cool. So you try to ask someone to do like a... Where am I spawned at? He's trying to ask for someone to commission something for his friend's birthday thing. I told him, hey, I recommend asking holy fuck, what the fuck is this? Hold on. Back down here again. Shit. No. Okay. He said he was he wanted to ask me if I know anyone that could do commissions, and I was like, oh man, do I have to do the fight again? Fuck me. I kind of asked if he could ask you instead, plus another person, but I think you would be a better choice because you do stuff for about a week or something. Because he said like he wanted it to be done in a week or shit like that. I don't know. Sally ever you. Fuck, are you serious? Uh-oh. This might be a hard part to even like look through then, because like, you know. See, I don't know. I don't even know who else to ask other than like you and the other person. We'll see about the other person. I don't know about the othow they say, contact and stuff. No, not contact, sorry. Commission prices and stuff. You make it? Hell yeah, man. Because my friend's friend is a furry for some reason. It's not me. Unfortunately, it's not me. Oh shit. I can't even see shit. Hold on. I only trust people like Nanbred, excuse me. Excuse me, I only trust people like Nanbred. Bro, they did like good work for my fucking persona. Shut the fuck up. Good call, True. Otherwise, I had to ask the other person, but I'm not too sure about it. Hey, yo? I don't mind. Are you fucking serious? God, Jesus Christ. Okay, where is... Oh. Why is this one so fucking long? This part just seems so fucking long. Holy shit. Let's... Oh my god, fuck me! I mean, you know what? I took it. I took the bottle. Whatever. Oh my god, this is so fucking... What the fuck? It's hard. Okay. Can't believe the platforming is super hard. Okay, what is this?
Anchor and heave to, men. It's the wide and glorious main for us.
Tiny arms. Tiny arms Cobalt. Poggers. I saw the tiny arms. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here. Alright, I save your friend. I save your friend, mate. I am here not to shank you, but to do something else, I guess. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do here. Oh my god, no! What is this? Ah! Okay. Alright, let's go. Fucking Mario 64 fucking sliding, let's go! Oh shit! I almost fucking... No! Oh, wait. Let's go! Did it. Colossal Ruin. What the fuck is this? Oh wow, holy shit. What is this monstrosity? Oh shit, I'm getting sucked, bro. Okay, that was really, really bad. I got sucked. Whoa, okay, wait, fuck! Fuck! I was about to press enter, you little bitch! Okay. This is not going so well at the moment. Wait, I need to go weapons real quick. Maybe I'll upgrade this one because, you know, Pepper Grinder is fucking insane. There we go. We got the best Pepper Grinder ever. Pepper Grinder, let's go. Alright, here we go. Look at that Pepper Grinder. Holy shit. Shit. homeboy. Okay. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Run, get out of here. Get out of here. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Run! Run, Alice, run! What the fuck is happening? Bro, it went down. The gate opens, and now I need to get these two shits. Okay, hold on. Okay. What the flying fuck is that? This is all fucked up, but you know, I ain't gonna go for fucked up shit yet. Go here. Wait, what? Oh. That thing. Dude, she's fucking barefoot. I just realized that. Motherfucker's barefoot. Oh, we're gonna go into the fucking vagina again. Please give me a quiz and not like the time trial thing. Oh my god, it is the time trial shit. Fuck! Kill, be killed. Oh no. Oh god, it's the time trial shit. Which one can I go first? Oh. What the fuck, bro? Get out of here! Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Oh shit, it's dead. Okay. Woo! Whoa, baby! Holy crap, bro! Oh shit! I keep forgetting about this attack. Like, every time this attack comes along, I'm just like, yep, that's the one that I forget, like, most of the time. Okay, there you go. Oh, shit. Holy shit, okay. There you go. Oh shit, there's more. Oh, there's 3 of them. Holy shit. 4 of them! That's foreign! Whatever number is this thing? Holy shit. Okay, hold on. Back up, back up, back up, back up! Oh shit! Okay, wait, hold on. Oh shit, bro. Oh my god. Oh shit. Okay. I was on the... Oh my god. Do I have to do this all over again? Do I really have to do this all over again? Oh my god, I had to do this thing all over again? What the flying fuck? Okay.
There's no time to waste. There's no time at all.
So I had to kill all of these guys. And it's gonna be so fucking atrocious. Okay. Oh my god, dude. Okay. At least I know what to do right now. I'm gonna hope that I don't get another fucking phase. And just give me like 2 fucking phases and that's about it. Oh shit, okay. I want you dead first. I need you to die first. Okay, that one's dead. Oh shit, I forgot about that fucking thing. Hold on. Run, run, run! Hello, Kamui. Sorry, I'm very focused on this stupid ass fight. Hold on. Give me a sec. Oi, what the fuck? What? Wait, what? Do I die? Okay, cool. I was like, wait a minute. I went out of bounds just now, and it's the first time I could go out of bounds for some fucking reason. Come on, bro. Okay, where is this guy? hope you're doing well, Kamui. Okay, holy fuck. Give me that last fucking whatever it is.
You've already missed the train.
I'm gonna miss the train. I get to paint the roses red. What do I get? Oh, another extra life. Okay. That's what it does. It's just an extra fucking life and that's about it. Oh, God. Okay, whatever. I guess so. Okay, let's go to the whatever this thing is.
Every picture tells a story. Sometimes we don't like the ending. Sometimes we don't understand it.
Okay, thank you, Cheshire Cat. Like, I don't know. I don't give a fuck. There is a pig somewhere around here. Is that above? Wait. Is it above? I heard the pig. I hear him. He's close. What? Why can't I find this pig? I'm in the game, so not pig, like actual. Yo, calling someone skanky pig right now. Uh-oh. What? Where is this pig? Am I blind to not see this? What? Where is this stupid pig? I can hear it. It's late for me, but best of luck finding the pig. Ah, yes. Have a good night's sleep, Nambrit. If I'm not able to find the pig, then whatever, I guess. Could be somewhere around here, though. No. I'm just gonna fucking go around find a pig, huh? If not, then whatever, I guess whatever. It doesn't really matter that much. I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick and then get on with this whatever fucking thing it is. I'm back. Yo, why are you not playing Silent Hill? All those announcements. Maybe I'll run Silent Hill in like next week or something. Cause next week it's the how you say? So next week I'm gonna be on the front page of Twitch because of the whole HelloFest. I signed up for HelloFest and I actually got in. So that's like super poggers. So probably I'll play Silent Hill next week. Not too sure about it yet. How you doing, Dice?
Welcome to the show!
Woo! Damn.
Bizarre show.
Which one though? It's the one that said. Oh.
That's quite enough of that, I think. Enough preliminaries. Here's the performance.
The one that says HelloFest. If you go to the Twitch team that I have at the moment, like if you go scroll down to my name, there's a Twitch team that says HelloFest Singapore 2022, I think. That's the one that I'm gonna be on. And next week, I'm gonna be on the front page because of what it is.
So if you are sued by accident, you want someone to blame. Fire, plague, and
what the fuck is happening?
Drowned, murdered, or if you please, a long fall down the basement stairs. None of it.
Oh, I'm gonna run 1, 2, 3, and 4.
I must work very hard, sweat running down my skin. After the dance, I then must rest, and the eating can begin.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Time to eat. Death is the ultimate equalizer. All have the right to be eaten.
Get in line, princess. Don't push. All will be served, so to speak.
Wicked thing. Feasting while Wonderland is destroyed.
I'm not the enemy you seek, Alice. I tried to hide this bit of Wonderland from that beast. Appeasement's never clean. We must all play our assigned roles.
Damn, bro.
A pawn or a queen, an idiot or a practiced fool. However this turns out, consider the prospect that you've been misled, Alice. Then ask, by whom?
No! Who set that bloody train in motion? Where has it come from?
It arrived when you arrived, and it's more horrible even than you could currently imagine. The death of a dream caterpillar may know how.
Ooh.
What? Oh, the blood in my mouth tastes like bile. Where's the brute that hit me, Nanny?
Nasty prat's out cold. Not dead, and more's the pity.
What did he want?
What they all want. Money he didn't earn. What were you thinking, butting into that mess? You could have been killed.
Nanny, my mind's in pieces. I still have terrible visions, and I need to know.
Out the fire. Same as always. You need to move on, Alice.
About time you follow back. I mean, it's on a cutscene right now, so yeah. How you doing, Grimace? The game is surprisingly good. I love the game.
Her mind was in shambles.
Game is surprisingly good. I love it.
Would bring her round. After a year, he lost interest in her inheritance. Greedy sod. Still, always asking his bizarre questions. Heavy dose of madness, I'd say, but honesty's never the best policy in this life. When she wasn't comatose, she gaped, eyes like pinwheels, drooled, occasionally squeaked. Never uttered a sensible sound. And like the child she was, she kept her secrets close.
Like, I really do like how the game is like.
Gone off some lurkers, common as cockroaches. And those poor tykes are food for perverts, like the blameless ants that wasps consume or spiders' feeble prey.
You visited my room at Rutledge. What were you...
recall that? Radcliffe paid me for a bit. A woman alone sometimes does what she doesn't particularly feel like doing, as you know.
Nurse Whitler said you'd fallen on hard times.
I'm no drunk like her. I'm hurting no one. Hooking's not a bad life.
except for the pimps. She also said you might have my rabbit. Please, Nanny, talk about the damn fire. Never seems to help.
Cutscene,
Look, Alice,
yeah.
I can't give you what I don't have. Radcliffe wrote the inquest report. I'll take you to him. Besides, he's got your damn rabbit. You should remember that. All right, but Mr. Radcliffe's useless. Don't I know it?
Ooh. You were on there earlier. Could I had hit the... Well, yeah, but I wanted to see how you look like, you dummy. And now I followed you, so... Shut up. It is what it is. I really, really do like this game. It shows like really, like, old Victorian era kind of like vibes, and also like the platforming is actually one of those platforming games that is like really good in my opinion. The platforming in this game is super well made.
Who is it?
Alice Liddell, Mr. Radcliffe.
Ah, you're back. I suppose you better come up. Mind the latch.
Okay. I guess we're back home, I guess. The ancient scroll is parchment and the characters are drawn in Indian ink, which Radcliffe claims the Chinese invented eons ago by mixing soot, lamp oil, gelatin of donkey skin and musk. He does know some remarkable things. Interesting. Hey yo, top hat. Does this game have achievements, by the way? This game doesn't have achievements. I thought it would have achievements. Radcliffe, who can make even fascinating subjects boring, says the curved blade is a 16th century Maito katana, and the shorter sword is called wakizashi. Both used by Japanese samurai. Interesting. The guy's a fucking weeb, that's why. Schwander porcelain. Mr. Radcliffe says is the Ming Dynasty's finest. Beautiful shapes, best colors, and most prized decorations. Interesting. This guy's a fucking weeb, that's why. Ever wonder? He's a fucking weeb. What the fuck is a weeb?
You do have my rabbit.
What the fuck is a weeb?
And what else, I wonder? You abandoned it at Rutledge Asylum, my dear. We've been over this before. In a huff as usual, oozing with attitude and accusatory flummery, I've stolen her rabbit. Ridiculous pretext. She's here about the fire again. All the mad child wants to talk about. My report found her family dead by misadventure. She won't accept it. And her need to know the truth. The alleged truth is, the fire began in the library when the cat knocked over a lamp. The blaze trapped her parents and sister upstairs. Sister Lizzie never even unlocked her door. Died in her bed. The guilty cat always sets her off. She denies it. Makes no sense. It can't be, etc. Agreed. From the outset, Alice was my candidate for the pyromaniac. The girl had a fixation with fire. I once remarked that I thought she might have had a larger role in causing the tragedy. She suffered some sort of psychotic episode.
Ew. Psychotic episode.
Did I rip his head off? I wanted to. What's left of my brain will explode. Is it mad to pray for better hallucinations? Perhaps I'm fated to expire right here.
She's in an asylum or some shit. All movables and effects are gone, but nothing but dust, stains, and the smell of tobacco. No signs of the coroner's reports on my rabbit either, damn him. Big rip, dude. Big rip. Motherfucker gone insane, man. Insane in the membrane, that's what it is. Puddle of water. Pot of water. It's not even water, it's water. The barricade discourages squatters. Suggests he didn't sell up, he just left quickly. I can't get through this way, but I recall the place had a door in the back that opened the lane. I'm outside now. What is this thing? Wait, is this the fucking turtle? The turtle sheep? It is the turtle sheep. What the flying fuck? Turtle sheep. Poggers to the turtle sheep. Why is there mushrooms like these? Mushrooms that are on fire. That is kind of weird, to say the least. Look at that shit. Whoa! Okay, I guess I'm not... Yeah, this is not Earth. But this is not British land. This isn't British land!
This bloody ruin. It's corrupting all of Wonderland.
Seeking refuge from the wicked world, perhaps things only look like they've gone to hell.
You're not that good a liar, and I'm not that stupid. But something a bit less calamitous would have been welcome.
This unmitigated disaster is your doing, and it will get worse. Your train keeps a hellish schedule. Get moving. Time waits for no one. The change has begun.
The train is perfectly capable of terrifying me, Cat. You should find another job. Is there really so little hope?
There's even less, and if fear paralyzes you, we are lost.
Uh-oh. Veil of Doom. Wait, what the fuck? Oh man, not again! Oh my god, dude. There we go. Oh, shit. Bro, where's my teeth? Iframes, I guess. You know, it is what it is. Oh shit, that was my fault. Okay. Yeah, that was my wrongdoing. Wasn't the game itself, but my wrongdoing. Hell yeah! Okay, cool. Okay, I had 216. That's not a lot, actually. Oh shit, a hookah! She's smoking the hookah, dude! Whoa! Why is she smoking the hookah for? Oh man, bro. She smoked the hookah. The hookah, sorry, hookah. Not the hooker. Oh god, she's smoking the hooker. 420 blaze it, bro. Oh shit, wait, hold on. You can dash between jumps. I tried that, it's bad. It's just bad as it is. How you doing, HJ? Hope you're doing well. I legitimately hate the dashing part of it. Yeah. Yeah, I tried it. I just didn't like it at all. I keep hitting in like some kind of weird. It goes like downwards a bit. It go downwards for some fucking reason. I don't know why. So that's why I just don't use it. So I just use the float a lot more. How you doing, HJ and Angry Nick? Patience is a virtue in this game. I guess so, but I'd rather not dash. That's the only thing that I'm gonna be doing is like not dashing. That's it. How you doing, Hannah? Hope you're doing well. Good, you? I'm doing alright. I mean, this game is actually like, I'm not gonna say it. I'm really gonna say this. This game is actually good. I regret sleeping on this game. Like, I did say this like just now. I regret kind of sleeping on this game because I felt like, you know, this game is like one of those games that I probably am not gonna be playing anytime soon. But holy shit, it's actually really, really good. I really do like the game. Love them smoking hookahs. Yes, smoking hookahs are great. Is it too far? Oh, it is too far. Okay, hold on. Oh shit. Is there anything on the other side? No. Okay, let's go. Okay. Is there anything for this thing? It's just a... Okay, it's just a fucking teacup. A teapot, sorry. Teapot. This is a teacup. Damn, the sacred teacup. Or is it the watering... This is a watering... watering can, sorry. What the fuck is this watering can for? Teapot cannon. Oh. Teapot cannon is highly effective. Okay, pour on someone. Longer to shot. Keyboard talent. Oh! Oh, it's like the same thing, I guess. Sushi bean using... Okay. Oh, I guess. If I do this... Ooh! Okay, I see. I see how this works now. Let the game finally start. I've been on, like... I guess I've been on like this game for quite a while because yesterday I played chapter 1 and then I was almost done with chapter 1 and then I was playing chapter 2 today. This is really good as a chapter at the moment. But also at the same time I've been looking at the Silent Hill thing because you know, there has been new Silent Hill fucking stuff lately, so I was about to talk about the whole Silent Hill stuff. And I said that Silent Hill F is probably one of the most anticipated games that I would be looking forward to. I mean, lock-on is actually better for me because I'm on controller. Oh! Manual aiming at the teapot. I don't know. I think I didn't lock in just now, so yeah, there is that just now. I wasn't even locking in just now. You were expecting another pachinko machine? Yes, another pachinko machine, that's for sure. But yeah, surprisingly, they actually did a oh my god, holy crap. Wow, back up. Whoa, dude! Holy fuck. That's a lot of them. On this mini boss. Not my. Okay, hold on. Is this thing gonna come up? I was thinking it was only gonna be used for like walls and whatnot. I mean, the teapot was cool. Wait, what am I aiming on? Teapot was cool. Broken weapon. I guess. I don't know. I haven't really like touched it yet. So I would say like I don't know much about it for now, but we'll see. I'll see how broken it is. Could be that broken as well. But yeah, I was kind of talking about the whole Silent Hill thing for like maybe about 30 minutes to an hour because I am quite excited for. Wait a minute. I'm quite excited for the new Silent Hill games and such. The ones that I'm kind of hoping to see is actually more of F. I want to see more of F. Smoke that hookah, baby.
I'm devastated.
Yeah.
Look what's
Fuck yeah.
become of
Fuck
my
yeah. Smoke that hookah.
beautiful valley.
Fuck.
All things change in the fullness of time, often not for better.
Yeah, that one is F because it's set in 1960, and also it's the first Japanese spin-off. Because well, yeah, it's the first Japanese spin-off apart from like when the makers or like Team Silent is like Japanese people, but it's actually gonna take place in not America. It's actually gonna take place in Japan instead. So it's 1960 Japan. And it's pretty fucking amazing. It just feels like Fatal Frame and what Fatal, oh god, hold on. Fatal Frame and Siren. Oh shit. Didn't mean to do that, but whatever. Oh god. Oh, that was my bad. I'm just really excited for whatever it is. 6, okay. Yeah, I did. Well, one of them. The other one did something. I don't remember what it was. Wait, you mean the small ones or the big ones? I usually do the big ones instead. Yeah, I do the big ones, not the small ones. The small ones I feel like I should like move back a lot more or like use my dash. Depends. I mean, generally, yeah. So I use the umbrella for the big balls, and then the small projectiles. I just don't use them. I just go away from them. I mean, it works wonders. I can't be honest. It just works wonders like that. See. I just upgraded it to like the full amount anyway, so actually yeah, that's the only the only fucking weapon that I'm on, like, on full at the moment because I don't mind using it. I'm just gonna go this way. Okay. That. Wait, is that it? Oh, I'm supposed to go. What the fuck was that? Huh. That thing's still there. Was I supposed to go down then? I guess I'm supposed to go down. Oh, okay. So that one's a breakable wall then, okay. Whoa, dude. Okay. I guess I know where to go then. Do that. Is it this one? Wait, hold on. Breakable wall. Wait, this one just came up. Hold on. Why the fuck was it not there? Maybe because I had to destroy that thing first. Oh. Oops. I mean to do that. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I'm playing this game on normal. Because I really didn't know how the game's like. So I'm playing this game on normal instead. So let me switch over. I feel like I want to switch over. That was like hard and nightmare, but I was like, no, I'm not gonna go for hard and nightmare instead. Oh. Turn. Oh shit! Hold on, I was reading chat. Whoa, okay. Die almost instantly. Yeah, I kind of I wanted to play this game on normal. I'd rather not play this game on the harder difficulties because my platforming one is hard. My platforming is horrible. Where is? Oh, that thing. Get out of here. Hard isn't too bad, I guess. But I still chose normal instead. I was feeling like maybe I should play this game on normal instead of hard or extreme or whatever. Nightmare, there you go. That's nightmare. Nightmare for NG, I guess. I think NG, yeah, NG plus. Sorry, NG plus. It. Oh god, hold on. Kind of hard to talk. Sorry. NG plus. Nightmare, sure. tend to forget about that fucking attack most of the time. Is she crying? She is. Crying on these nuts. Hold on. Hey Luna. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Why aren't you watching Larxa? Why aren't you watching Larxa? She's totally like the better streamer than I am, huh? Copium. Worksy gay, worksy gay. Oh, that's slugs. I'm not gonna go for slugs. Oh shit, a fucking gnome. No, sorry, what you call them? The fucking... It's not gnomes, goblins! You want me to leave so I can go? No, I'm just asking, like, isn't Larxa a better streamer, Copium? Oh shit, what am I doing? This way. Is she a horse? Oh, true. I didn't realize that thing was down there. How do I get up then? How do... Oh. How do I actually get up then? Oh fuck! I thought I could reach there. Well, how are you doing, Luna? Hope you're doing well. Legit. Hope you're doing well. Oh shit. Kinda okay. I mean, that's still alright. That's still an alright kind of mood. This guy's the weekend soon. Oh shit, yeah. Forgot about that. It's totally like the weekend soon already. I guess. How am I doing? I'm doing alright. I'm playing this game. This game is actually really good. Like, I'm just gonna say this again. Like, this game is really good. I'm liking the aspect of it and like everything surrounding it. It's good. Wait, where am I supposed to go? This way. And I get to play as Alice. Like a young Alice, I guess. Young G.
I've smoked a cigarette, Alice. No fun at all.
What is this? Played it back in the days. Yeah, I heard. I kind of heard that this game was good. I never played American McGee, but maybe someday I'll play American McGee. I don't even know.
A sight the stink.
The only reason why I'm playing this game right now is because this game is on Steam, and I bought it like a while ago, so there's that. Also, it's partially because I never played this game like ever. So I wanted to experience this game firsthand, and it's going really great so far. Oof. Also, I got the opportunity to be on the front page of Twitch in next week, so yeah. I'm gonna try to play as many horror games as possible as well. The other thing is that I don't know when is my kind of like front page showcase, I guess. Like, Poggies? Yeah, it is Poggies. Can I? Oh fuck! Stop, dude. Horror games. I mean, it's survival horror at least, you know. I could have been playing like other games as well, but I don't know what other games I could actually think of. If I switch over to this. I don't want to get the suck. Oh. What's the Blinky game? Oh fuck, wow, that was super... Oh, Bendy! Oh, Bendy was like, it was okay, but then afterwards it was like kind of shit, honestly. It went to shit. Same shit? It's not even the same shit. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I need to run away, honestly. But did it really scare you, by the way? Like, did the game really scare you? Like, from a scale of 1 to 10, how scared were you for Bendy?
It's not only about you, Alice. Look at the destruction around you. Consider its cause. Then, come join me.
Hold on. Oh man, I wish I could go up there though. Wait, hold on. Ooh, okay. So I technically can go up there. Oh shit, hold on. Whoa! Holy shit, I wasn't even prepared. I wasn't even looking. Oh shit. Oh god! What the flying fuck? Okay. Huh. Interesting. Okay. What is this?
You are familiar with the saying that smoking stunts your growth.
Adults assault children with that adage. Usually while they've got a pipe stuck in their mouths.
I won't ask you to inhale. Let the smoke envelop you.
I mean, there are some games that are like, you are kind of lucky that you don't fucking watch, you don't fucking play it on your own. Because if you play it, and then you think to yourself like, what the fuck is this game? This game's absolute fucking shit. Then yeah, you're glad that you didn't play it. That's one thing. There's also the thing about like, you're glad that like someone else is playing it, and you're glad that you don't waste money out of it. So it is what it is. I would tell you that. Oh shit, we're in Mahjong land. Fuck me. All the Mahjong, man. Ugh. I'm getting flashbacks myself from looking at my grandma playing fucking Mahjong. Wait, hold on. Can I go that side? Technically I can, but like it's just so fucking hard to even go. Yeah, it's hard to even go that side for now. You know what? Whatever. See whether I could spawn all the way. Yep. Okay, cool. Wait, no, this is the... Oh my god, this is the back way. Oh man. God damn it, this is a stupid ass checkpoint. Let's see if I could actually get across to like one of them real quick. That one. No! I really want to go back there. I don't even know if you can actually go back there though. Can you? I don't even know. Can I restart? Restart? Whatever. Just thinking about restarting. I can definitely go there. The question is where. Oh shit. That was a jumped way too early. Okay. Is it gonna go the other way? Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, pig. Where's this fucking pig? Are you serious? Again, where I can't see the pig at all? Why can't I see this pig? I don't understand. Is it below here? I feel like this is like something that I'm struggling with, is just finding the stupid fucking pig. I'm struggling into finding pigs right now. Oh, it's right here. Oh, okay, there's platforms. The question is, can I go into the other way with the platforms?
Whoever said true art serves neither ornament nor use is ignorant of the aesthetic of the East.
Yeah, I can't really go there. What? What do you mean, what? Did I say something? I didn't say anything. I just said, like, where's the pig? I need to find the pig. Because I want to find pigs in this game, and I can't find the pigs, so I'm trying to find the pigs. You know? Sometimes pigs do make a difference sometimes. I'll go up here. What is this? Engie. Engie person on top. I don't know. Some kind of Engie person. Engie. The bridge right there. Ooh, do not drop right now. Glasses? There's glasses in here. Some nerd-ass glasses.
What Nurse Witness said was that
oops, didn't mean to do that.
no one knows how she survived except Alice, and she's doomed.
Ooh, that looks pretty fucking neat, not gonna lie. Oh shit, Samurai Wasp. Are you kidding me? Okay, hold on. How about this? Whoa, this guy knows how to dodge! Actually, everyone knows how to dodge. Holy shit, wait. Everyone knows how to dodge. Holy shit. Okay. Not so samurai after all. They try to be a fucking anime weep, but they failed miserably. That's it. That's it for them being a fucking anime weep. Weeps out. Weeps out. Ooh. Where is this? Whee. Okay. Oh shit, wow. I was trying to dodge that already. I was too slow. Oh, dude. Okay. That was some crazy weird fucking shit going on. Got him fucking kung fu fighting wasps. It probably knows how to be trained and shit, you know? Is it down here? It kind of is down here, but also at the same time I do want to go back up. There's one place that I want to see real quick. It's not here. Is it here? Oh no, I actually went in from here, yeah. Okay, that's not, then that's nothing. Yeah, I don't think there's anything. Oh. Holy shit. That's a clutch. Oh shit. I really need the key. Oh wait! Ah, fuck, I'm so stupid. Okay, I know what to do. Wait, hold on. Oops. Okay. Okay. Controller? There you go. I think that was the game instead, not the controller. Oh shit! Oh my god. Oh, we're gonna die again. This is what it is. Hold on, let me check my Discord real quick. Cause someone seems to ping me like too many times. don't want to. Holy shit, she's wearing like a fucking. Oh god, I just realized this. She's wearing like a nice little outfit for herself. I'm gonna go back. If I can go back. Oh fuck yeah. Oh. Holy shit, I made that clutch.
She who saves a
But dude, look at that outfit. Look at this outfit. This outfit's so fucking good. Holy shit, it's all the flowers. It's all Japanese like. It's like the kimono, but like it's not really a kimono. It just looks like that. It's so super cute. Oh. I like it. It looks super cute. Daimyo Wasp. I like how like it's on the dynasty that we are in, or whatever dynasty. Oh my god. Okay. Wow. Oh wait, hold on. How do I do this? So I had to annoy him like a few times in order for me to actually break his stuff like that. Nice, okay, cool. Oh wait! Still more. I didn't realize there's still more. There you go. Okay, that door's open. There is this shit as well. Where is it at? It's like I can hear it, but I can't see it. It's very hard for me to see. I hear it. I still hear it. Yeah, I'm just gonna be searching around for fucking pigs every single fucking time. Oh. Wait, hold on. There you go. I guess you can't really use the teapot. I was thinking like, oh, maybe I could use the teapot for, you know, whatever means it is. Okay, let's go to the shop. I can totally use this or this. But I can upgrade this to level 2 for now. Yeah, there we go. I do really want to upgrade the others as well, but we'll see. Okay, the only one flaw that I could actually talk about as well is that the menuing in 30 FPS seems to be like pretty fucking shit. I know I can actually change it to 60 FPS if I want to, but like I honestly am having this nice feeling that this... Hold on. Is that a carrot? Why is this fucking praying mantis praying for carrots? I know I can actually set it to 60 FPS, but like honestly, I don't want to at the moment. Hold on. Is there anything on this side then?
She, the chosen one?
Our savior?
It's Alice, the magnificent, the powerful, the brave, the reckless, the rash, the crazy, the imprudent.
What? Fucking bugs. Fucking bugs. But yeah, I can totally set this game to 60 FPS. Just that, like, it's actually playing super well in 30 FPS. That, like, I don't want to actually change it for now. But the problem is that, like, the menuing is kind of weird. That's all I could say. I don't think it's a major problem for the game. I think that this game is actually really well made as a game with 30 FPS. That's all I'm gonna say. Surprisingly well. 30 FPS. Hold on, let me check something real quick. Yeah, let me check something real quick. I'm trying to see if something is okay. Let me go back to my game. Something is calling me or something.
Your victories in combat and conundrums suggest your fitness to confront the challenges ahead. Mental strength will confirm your worthiness, or
Yes, sir.
declare your defeat.
Yes, praying mantis sensei. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. What the fuck is this camera angle? Such a weird camera angle as well. Like some of the places with the camera angles is just way too fucking tight to actually like look into. I don't know why, but it's like way too fucking tight. Some of them are just way too tight. That's all I can say. I think it's more like the small Alice. Yeah, it's just like a small Alice kind of thing. Like when this thing right here, the camera angle is just going like somewhere else, and then afterwards I can't really do anything about it, which is so weird. And the movement of that is just something that I do not like. This is like one of the major downsides of it, if I were to say at least. But I'm still gonna say that this game is actually really good as it is. For a game that actually came out like a while ago, I don't even know how many years ago, but this game came out like some time ago. It still runs like 30 FPS really well. I had to give like major props to it. I think this game is a console ported PC game as well. Something like Saw, but like honestly with Saw is like super fucking like it's super fucking tough. But then again, 11 years old? This game's 11 years old? 2011, okay. Actually, still, yeah, like 2011, for a 2011 game to be super fucking good for 30 FPS, I think it still holds up to that kind of, Did I die? Oh, I thought I died. Holy shit, I was like, wait a minute, did I die? How you doing, Lunasteria? Oh, we got a lot of fucking people whose name is Luna. Very interesting. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Wait. From an hour ago. You're vibing right now? That's alright. I don't mind the vibes. Okay. I know that this one has to be like this. My problem right now is this thing right here. Yeah. um. Hold on. Maybe I'm doing this wrongly. Maybe I should be doing like this first. Oof. This might be very rough. God damn it. Yep. Okay. I think I got the idea of it, but we'll see. Oh shit. Oh shit moments, man. There's a literally oh shit moments. So I think I fucked it up again. Yep, I fucked it up again. Fuck me! Okay. I know that this one has to go like that. The problem right now is like this part right here. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, are you kidding me? That's it. Is that easy?
You can save us. I'll open the path.
Is that easy? Okay. Ooh, small keyhole. For me to fit my penis in. My penis is that small.
She is certainly
For real, no cap. For real, no cap. Whoa! Excuse me, lady, you need to cover up your boobies. That kimono. Unless you, Okay, let me actually go here this time. Boom. This one goes here. Okay. Are you fucking serious right now? There we go. Can I miss playing this game? Didn't manage to complete it because my old laptop is dying on me. Well,
the wicked wasps lay siege upon us and control the peaks to east and west.
I honestly do not know if I'm gonna be finishing this game today. But damn, this game is like super long.
Top, as it won't come to me.
We have faith that Caterpillar, the strange and wondrous, helps those in need. One day we'll have proof. Purity of heart is to will one thing, to approach his sacred eyrie. You must confront the savage daimyos. You prevent our access to his power. I'll open the entrance to the sacred caves where your journey begins.
Sorry, it's long. Very long. I mean, I'm on chapter 3, and I'm at 7 hours in this game, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Totally, the story and like everything else is like super long. Am I going to be going inside? Yes, I'm going to go inside the painting, of course. Oh shit, it's a platformer. Are you serious? Oh my
Regard this depiction of domestic harmony and order. The fruitful landscape encouraged industry, tolerance, and cooperation. Loving families flourished. Happy children, dear friends, grateful for their well-being, lived for generations, secure, active, and free. But
It's a platformer.
sudden onslaught of alien attacks broke their fragile bodies and nearly crushed their generous spirits.
I can't dash. The only thing I can do is jump. That's about it. Alright. Lunge? Alright, have a good lunge, my dude. Wow, I just died like that. What? Okay. What? Really? Oh wait, does it rise me up? Ooh, it does. Okay. It looks pretty cool. But I'm honestly gonna be very frank. Maybe I should order some McDonald's for supper. Wait, where the fuck do you live? You're talking about McDonald's for supper. Where the fuck do you live? Oh shit! Wow, another Singaporean then. Okay. That's cool. Some of us live in a civilized— Shut up! This isn't civilized, alright? The legit degenerates like me, alright? I'm just gonna say it out loud. Degenerates like me, alright? I too should go eat sooner or later as well. Because it's about like fucking 12. So I usually stream for like a ungodly amount of time as a fucking Singaporean streamer, you know? As a Singaporean streamer who doesn't fucking play like all the other fucking Singaporean streamers. Copium. And another good thing about me is that I don't fucking play like all whatever stupid ass streamer shit it is. Or like not streamer shit, it's like mainstream, you know, the mainstream streamers. Yeah, I don't play the like I kind of play Valorant, but like not on stream. That's the thing. But there's also like times when, oh god, am I gonna be trapped? Okay, cool. I was like thinking, am I gonna be trapped? Yeah, I kind of think that like playing mainstream games do not work well with like whoever wants to like grow their own streams and such. Maybe if you do a lot of networking, then yeah, sure, probably. My networking is partially because of fucking speedrunning, that's why. Let's see about this site real quick. There's a peach. Yeah, so I don't really play Valorant or Apex. I know those games that I play them like off stream, but I don't try to like, how do you say, holy shit, this thing is like super fucking long, like legitimately fucking long. So I play them like off stream if I want to, but like I don't really play them on stream. Usually what I play is like horror games and some variety games if I want to, but it's mostly about speedrunning as well. I do a lot of speedruns. I'm a horror speedrunner. Horse speedrunner, sorry. Horse speedrunner and horror speedrunner. That's my my channel. That's what I'm all about. That's why. And I take away myself from the norm as well. So like, I don't fucking I don't fucking play all those like mainstream games that you see on like the Singapore tag. And I think next week I'm gonna try to actually play or speedrun. Let me actually check real quick. How many games or horror games in particular can I actually I horse around? Yeah, I do horse around. How many games can I actually do in a speedrun kind of a marathon thing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I think about 11, 12 games around there. Yeah, I can actually do 11 or 12 games when I'm doing like a speedrun marathon.
Only the foolish believe suffering is just wages.
We'll see when it comes around, because just saying that I'm gonna be on the front page of Twitch next week because of HalloFest, because I'm a horror speedrunner and I play a lot of horror games. I want to try to actually make one day next week to be one of the days that I actually do a speedrun marathon. For the games that for the horror games that I actively know how to run at the moment. That's how it is. Like I speedrun games like Silent Hill, Saw, Remothered Tormented Fathers, Devotion. I used to run Detention, but I never gotten around like actually doing a run of Detention. That's how it is. That's fire, really? Interesting. Onilog, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Thank you, friends, indeed. I can't believe they actually put fucking Hua as fire samurai. That's a fucking archer? Are you kidding me? What the flying fuck, bro? Die for your sins. Hold on. Gotta sit upright as well. Ow, holy shit, wait. The peach. What? Oh. Whoa! That's some massive fucking titties! Dude! Dude, that's some massive fucking titties! What the fuck? TOS, lol. I mean, if it doesn't show the nipple, But dude, yo, massive fucking titties. Sure, you're such a... Shut the fuck up, you would also be boobaing as well. Shut up. Motherfucker, you would booba as well. I know you, Angry Nick. You would booba as well. I would. Yeah, you would. Okay. Ow, that actually got me. I'm so stupid of moving towards it. What? Oh. Whoa, I almost fucked it up. Oh, hello. Whoa, dude. What the flying fuck? Okay, hold on. Okay, thank you for the bottle. Let's do this. Oh my god, I'm getting fucked by the fucking slug! Dude! Copy, I'm actually getting fucked by the slut. Slug! Sorry, it's slut. Oh no, the stone. Ink wasp? What the fuck? What the fuck is that? Bro. Fuck that ink wasp. Ooh, ooh. Oh shit, I don't even have. Hold up. Wait. Not using a knife. Wait, can I use the knife on this guy? Oh shit, okay. Oh, lesson learned. I didn't know you're supposed to use the knife though. Unless, yeah, you're talking about the other wasp. Okay, hold on. Do that. Okay. This thing's gonna come alive again. There we go. Wait. Wait, hold on. Knife was your main weapon. Oh yeah. Get out, dude. There we go. Such a weird, like, character design, actually. Actually, no. Enemy design, that's what I meant. It's just a weird enemy design, but it works so well. Oh shit. Up! Whoa! Dude, hold on. Wait, why am I pointing? I still also like these mahjong looking tiles. They're really good. These mahjong looking tiles are really, really good. Oh god. I know these things. They always laugh at me when I go to the fucking Chinese temples. Oh shit. One of these things.
There's no time to waste. There's no time at all.
Kill, be killed. Oh god. Uh-oh. Ow! Shit. Okay, hold on. I want to shoot like these things first. I can actually take all these wasps away. Is there any more? No. Fucking goblins. Goblins nuts. Whoa. They actually do. Oh, they dodge. Okay. There you go.
Come, Alice, don't dawdle. You've already missed the train.
I already missed the train. It is what it is. I just missed the fucking train. I think I missed like one of them already. I don't know if that one is like the first one. If that's the first one, then I didn't miss the first one, but like that this chapter is super fucking long, I guess. As long as like chapter 2. Oop. Oh shit, there we go. What? Oh shit! Oh shit! It's the Mario thing. Do. It's the Mario, dude. The Marios. Oh shit! I missed a fucking pot. I missed the pot, man. Whoa! That's a lot of fucking shit going around here. Holy shit. Wow, I'm getting burnt. Burn these nuts. Oh shit. Was I supposed to go there? Wait, what? Uh-oh. What? Wait, what? What? Okay, sure? I don't know what the fuck happened, but sure. I'll just take it, I guess. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. What the flying fuck, bro? Okay, cool. Let's go. Is that more booba? Hey, yo, booba? Oh yes, thank you, booba lady. You're flat, unlike the massive fucking titties that I saw just now. But like, thank you for your gift of yellow teeth, because you know British people do have yellow teeth. And I'm British. I'm becoming fully British. Flat? It's not really that flat though. Oh shit, I kinda dashed way too early. What? Oh shit. Wait. Oh shit. Okay, wait. Oh, hold on. Take this away first, real quick. Where's this? Oh fuck, oh my god, is this thing. I wanna kill this thing first. Oh shit, wow. Oh shit. Nice. Everywhere has like really nice titties, not gonna lie. Ooh. Okay. Weapons real quick. 625, 600. I'll go with this one first because I've been using this one as well. Although I do have the knife that I can use. Maybe I'll put it on this one first. Hello, Booba. Damn, she crying. She's sad. That's why. Feels bad. Feels bad that she's sad. You know what? We can go inside some other keyhole that I can't literally see. What's? Oh, here. Why can't I see the keyhole stuff? That's weird. Okay. Okay.
Radcliffe asked me in just the once. Odd duck. Very proud of his artifacts. Ming, I think he said. And partial to Tokugawa Japan. Doesn't seem the samurai type.
Wait, where am I supposed to go here? Oh shit, I missed. I thought I hit the platform. I missed the platform entirely. Feels bad. Okay, hold on. Okay, let's go down here. Okay. Oh shit. Didn't mean to do that. Pen.
Conflagration's point of origin was obvious.
Got that pen.
Fire, and it spread disastrously when the gas line exploded.
While number 15 become a pen 15, bro. Always talking about a fucking penis joke. Every day.
Dinah saved my life. I survived because she showed me how to escape. I didn't leave the lamp in the library, and Dinah didn't knock it over. The lamp and Dinah were upstairs when I went to bed. Dinah was in the room with me when the fire started.
Is that a fucking key? That a key? A key? What else is this? Oh fuck. This game is super long. Holy shit. I didn't realize this game is like super fucking long for like one chapter. Like per chapter, I think it's like about like 2-3 hours long. Maybe a little bit more. Holy shit, they're killing the fucking origami wasps. Or is it praying mantis? Yeah, they're the praying mantis. What the fuck? The origami. Is that the beginning of the game? Yeah, I think, because like legit like fucking chapters are so fucking long anyways. Oh shit. Holy shit, bro. We're rooting for the wasp. They died. Too bad. Think again, bitch.
Terrible. Oh, great caterpillar, why have you abandoned us? The door
Think
ahead
again,
is
Angry
sealed.
Nick.
Only by playing
Suck my
the correct
penis.
sequence of bells can it be opened.
A dubious honor, I
Oh my god. I had to do this fucking thing. I hate whiny bitch. Shut up! Yo. I'm totally playing Dance Dance Revolution.
The tune's embedded in my memory, like Twinkle Twinkle Little Bat.
Twinkle Twinkle Little Bat.
Tree Alice, help our brothers.
The fuck is a Twinkle Twinkle Little Bat? Bro. Is there anything else? Oh shit, yeah. Pot. Give a pot. Twinkle Twinkle Little Twinkle. Fucking hell. I know it's a little star, but like, what the fuck is a fucking little bat? Oh shit, I need to kill this thing real quick. Oh fuck. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, wait, there's another one then. Hold on. So I want to kill these fucking wasps first. Okay, cool. Goth people stand out by saying that shit. Okay, true. Goth people be goth. Okay. What the flying fuck? Okay, there we go. Wait. Wait, isn't there one more wasp? Like, okay, there's that wasp. That's one. says bad in the book, not star. Wait, so that's on the first game, huh? Like, that's a reference to the first game then. No? Because I never played the first game, that's why. Book. Wait, where's this fucking nest? Did I not get all the nests? Oh, this one. There we go. Oh, shit. Tried playing the first game, which was really clunky. I never played the first game, actually. This is like the game that is on Steam, so that's why I just bought it. And I just, you know, played it. Ooh, wow, okay, that's... Wait, hold on. Is this a... Oh god, come on, dude. What the flying fuck? Okay. Oh, shit. What the fuck am I doing? I'm just going up the fucking thing. Hold on. Auto aim? Please. No, not auto aim. Fucking whatever aim shit it is. Okay. There we go. That should do it. Oh, what? Okay. But yeah, to be fair, like, I never played the first game. The only one I've played is this one. And because it's on Steam. I don't know whether American McGee Alice is, like, in, like, other places. But, this one is the one that's on Steam. So I just took the chance to actually play this game. Oh, fuck me. Oh, hello. Do these break? No. Okay. Oh, okay. What's this one? What is this? Does it open this up? That's why. What's... Oh, it lowered that thing. Okay. Let's see what it is right now. Ah, yeah, I see it. Okay. I'm just here hoping they greenlight the next Alice game. It'll be a long time until they greenlight the next Alice game though. Is American McGee still around anyways? That's like my question. Is American McGee still around? Still active. Ooh, I see. I'm hoping to get like the rest of the money that I need. Or yeah. Just gonna hope to get the rest of the money that I need so I can actually upgrade my knife instead. Yeah, I kinda wanna upgrade my knife. Now, this is like not a keyhole for once. Asylum is the proposed name. Interesting. Do they ever mention about a sequel or some shit? Cause it's been 11 years since like this game has been out. Okay. Well. Yep. Hold on. What is this thing? Hold on. I'm trying to figure out. Oh, yeah. You would. Okay. What is that? Face. Okay. Oh wait, no, you know what? I'm gonna go here first because I saw a fucking keyhole. Damn, a keyhole to actually fit me in? Sign me up! Sign me the fuck up. I'm just gonna be in fucking keyholes this whole time. YouTube channel, but lately they have been pumping out merch. Holy shit. Even after like God knows how many fucking years, they are still around. And like you said, pumping out merch. You really like that game a lot, huh? Okay. What do you hear? Okay, cool. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Whoa, slug! It's always these slugs, man. $5 months ago. That's actually really recent then. Oh yeah, is it supposed? Yeah. Isn't like Alice supposed to go into a fucking asylum or some shit, and then like she doesn't? She just doesn't go to an asylum at all. Wait, what? Okay. It just it disappears. I know in the first part of the game they actually mentioned about an asylum or something like, oh, the Alice doesn't want to go into the asylum, boo hoo hoo, or whatever it is. Or no, not go into the asylum. Like she doesn't get the asylum or something like that. Something along the lines like that. I don't remember because I actually played the first chapter yesterday and then afterwards I just stopped playing to eat food. I actually did like stop playing to eat food and then waited until like 5 AM in the morning so I could actually watch the Silent Hill fucking thing. Yeah, it's just Silent Hill. Very nice spoilers. Not spoilers, sorry. It's very nice showcase.
Umbrage will complete the path, but this substance has blocked the
I heard
way.
Umbrage. I was like, what the fuck Umbrage?
Got the proper tool? At the top of the mountain, you will find the entrance to the next sacred cave.
Hold on. Where did I come from? Oh wait, hold on. Oh shit! Wow. What kind of omen was that? Ah, fuck. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right now, but, you know, I'm fucking it up a lot. Oh shit. Wow. Wait, what? Oh. Like, where am I right now? I was like wondering what the fuck am I?
We are saved, our benefactor.
You're free, my friends.
Hello? Oh shit. Oops. I hit my head. Oh shit, it's these things. Can I point it downwards? Oh my god, okay, whatever. I feel like they're gonna die anyway, so whatever. It's like, drink up your water. Look at that. Oh shit, hello. I think I never hear you from you two. Oh shit, they're all growing. Okay, wait, hold on. You know what? Whoa! I almost... Oh, come on, bro. I was waiting for this thing to come out. Okay. Why is this all black? Okay. Oh my god! What? Man, my jump was weird. Honestly. Hey, Joy Boy. Hope you're doing well. There you go. That was the jump I was going for. I have to go back. Yeah, I do have to go back. Oi! Oi! Okay. Hi. How are you doing, by the way? Hope you're doing well. I like how, like, the attack is just going like that. That's like, what the fuck, bro? You look like fucking octopus. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing alright. Thank you for asking. Yeah, I'm doing alright at least. Although my fucking neck has been like super stiff lately, or sore, I would say. The only reason why I say that is because, like, holy shit, my neck has been really weirdly sore. I don't know why. Probably I need a massage or something. Dude. It's been hell lately with my neck. Hot patches? Maybe, but I don't know. Hold on. Is there? Okay, none. Oh. Shit. Okay, hold on. Good gaming chair for neck support? Nope. I'm gonna just say this. Nope. I should be getting like one of those like office chairs instead, but like this. I hope one day I could actually get an office chair for me to, you know, lay my fucking head on with neck support. Because all the gaming chairs, like, a lot of the gaming chairs, they do not have neck support. Oh shit. Almost an upskirt. How many chapters are there in this game, by the way? I need to remember. I need to check again. Like, how many chapters are there in this game? Is it 5 or 6? Like, support doesn't really help since your head will only touch it when you're far back. I'm always far back. I'm legitimately always like far back from my fucking chair. Where the fuck is this? If you sit normally, it makes no difference at all. I see. Oh, staring at the ceiling, I guess. Oh, fuck. Wait.
The grateful most often
6 chapters, I guess so.
To the source.
Face towards the screen, you never come in contact with it. Because weirdly enough, my sitting posture is super fucking bad. I'm gonna just say this, my posture is super fucking bad. I'm not leaning towards the monitor. I'm always like pushing my back on the chair instead. Purple flower use you over. Really? I didn't know about that. Actually, whatever. head will be above the spine and shoulders. Oh. Cause my my back support is like you know, okay. Think of it as this way. Think of it as this way. Hold on, let me look at something real quick. Think of it as this. Go your chair, right? I'm like this. This is me. This is how I play games. This is how I play games. I'm not like those kind of people that actually, you know, some people just like this. They look like that. Like this, or play games like that. Yeah. Mine is like this. Sometimes gamers, they always like it's a gaming chair. The one that I have is a gaming chair. But I always, whenever I sit, I always have to like, okay, this is how I think, yeah, usually it's like this. Let me turn on my webcam real quick. Usually it's like this. Like, I'm sitting like, my chair is like sitting like this. So I just lean back like this. And then sometimes I usually just do this. I sometimes game like this. That's all I could say. Like, I game like this. I don't game like this. I don't game like this. I only game like this or like this. Or even like sometimes if I yeah, what the fuck is that posture? It is like that. And then sometimes like if I want to feel comfortable, I just do this. I legitimately just do this. This is how I play games sometimes. Like if it's a console game, I just literally like play like this. So it's like super fucking horrible for my posture. Yeah, it's super fucking horrible for my posture, but it is what it is. Anyways. That isn't that bad. It is fucking bad. What can I say? You won't feel the serious back pain until you hit the... I already feel fucking back pains. My neck is already that stressed enough. I'll put my leg on the chair even if I use my mouse and keyboard like typical Malay. I see. But yeah, I like one of the worst postures out there. I always have to like push my back like on the chair. Like, I want to try to have like a better posture again, but like sometimes it's hard to have a better posture when like most of the time you're just fucking up your posture. That is so bad you stay awake at night. Yeah, something like that. But it happens to me, so it kind of sucks. Mad horse. No, I still feel it. I think my neck has been strained since I was like fucking 14 or 15. So I have like 10 years of strain, 10 years of me just trying to crack my neck this whole time. You know the ending? Damn, bro. Gotta spoil it? Mutz! Mutz, this guy's spoiling it, Mutz! Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this. At the end. Wow, what a fucking glitch. You finished the game. Yes! Hopefully I finished the game though. Streamer gamer back pain is unavoidable at some degree. Yeah. Oh shit, it's the pussy.
Observe, learn, and react.
no time to waste. There's no time at all.
Oh no, again. Can I survive the passage of time? Okay. So I guess this is a survival thing. If it's a survival thing, then I'm just gonna survive then. Actually, you know what? Let me see if I can kill them, at least. Oh shit. Wow. Okay, hold on. It's avoidable if you work out your back muscles properly. Yep. I like how that guy tried. Like he tried super badly. I'm trying to like hit me or so. Cool.
Come, Alice, don't dawdle. You've already missed the train.
So I guess like I just need to have a better posture. Just need to have a better posture again or something like that. But it's gonna take a while to actually have a better posture for myself. We'll see.
Fire, Alice! Fire!
Save yourself. Wake up, Lizzie. Lizzie! Open the door.
The key, Lizzie! Unlock the door! You'll burn!
It is a very long game. Oh shit. Oh shit, did the fucking thing die? Wait, hold on. Oh shit! I think I will stop like at the end of chapter 3. I'm not too sure yet. We'll see. You need to work out the muscle. There's no alternative. The strong they will weak your posture can't be physically, no matter what chair. I guess, yeah. But we'll see. Like I do need to have a better sitting posture sooner or later. I need to try to relax my muscle, not like make it tighter. That's all I could say. Like I need to relax the muscle in order for me to probably have a better back, I guess. Cause it's always that stiff, and I'm always tightening my muscles every time. So. Really? It burns the fucking top of this fucking statue thing. Jesus. Hey, I got something to relax your muscle. Have this! This! Damn, that's a nice looking this! What the fuck again? Another one of these? Holy fucking shit, there's another one of these.
The belligerents, without true cause or purpose, abused and murdered their Pacific victims, whom they hated for being different. The invaders corrupted the vivid world. They assaulted
these?
to comprehend the masses' brutality. Still, they stayed on, trying to placate their oppressors and recover their past. The cruel interlopers attacked at intervals instead of killing them all at once. The wretched survivors suffered in perpetual fear. Is there a worse fate?
Hey Adele. I'm doing alright. Hope you are doing alright as well. Okay. Fuck me. I have no idea why is there another fucking platformer. It's like, okay. I feel like the gameplay is super good. The only thing that I feel that is like taking way too long is probably just the game itself. I don't know. Maybe the game could be at a good length for how long it is. Okay, sure. Did I touch it? Did I really touch it? Okay, that one I touched it. Clearly you your mom, no, my mom? No, your mom. No, your mom. Alright, your mom. I can't wait till I get 600 again. Our mom, your mom. Die! Die, you stupid wasps! Hey, how are you doing, Adels? Hope you're doing well. Oh. I guess here. Oops. You good, man? That's good. That's good to hear. Hey, good chef. Oh my god. I remember watching this game played through ages ago. This game was like fucking released like ages ago as well, so yeah. By the way, how are you doing, Kushef? Hope you are doing well as well. Fuck! Oh my god, bro. You're good? That's good. Good to hear. Interesting. Okay. Where's the exit? I don't want to go through this fucking platformer, man. Oh god. Are you fucking kidding me? I don't want to go through this platformer, bro. Bro. Oof. Okay, oh shit! Oh shit! I was trying to just trying to do something. There we go. Whoa, whoa, dude! Okay. Huh? Oh. What? Wait, what the fuck? Why did I get pinged? On... I got pinged on something. Hold on. The fuck? Wait. Give me a sec. Oh, okay. I get what it is. Whatever. It's like, what did I get pinged for? Oh shit, that was the exit! Oh shit! I was just close to the exit. I was like, yo, what? I got pinged. Got pinged. Hello. What the fuck? Whoa, 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 whoa! Yeah, I'm still going. Wait, I need to fucking... Hold on, hold on, hold on. I need to get this fucking small ass guy away. What? Holy shit, what the flying fuck? What am I stuck on? I'm stuck on something. Oh shit! Can I grab this thing? Oh my god, can I grab it? Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. Okay, wait, hold on. There we go. Jesus Christ. Bro. Wait. Wait. The fucking... Whatever it is. Hold on. Fucking who? You got a DT? What's a DT? How you doing, fakey fake? I was about to say I knew the ping was coming from somewhere, because someone was talking about how I got fucking PT. Devil trigger. I probably got a devil trigger. But yeah, how you doing, my dude? Hope you're doing well. Oh my god, another fucking one of these puzzles? Really? Wait.
Once more, the Shadow Dragon winds along the path.
Oh!
Shadow Dragon Alice.
Ah, I see how it goes. Makes perfect sense, really. At least now it does.
This is one of these fucking puzzles again. Okay. Well, time for me to do it again. But yeah, someone was talking about how I got PT for them, so there's that. PT as in the Silent Hills playable teaser, because at the time they wanted to speedrun something else, and I told them, please don't do that. I literally just told them, like, please don't do that. Is this the yeah, this is the American McGee game. PT, yes, PT. So I told the guy, I told one of my friends, like, hey, don't I'll give it to you instead. If you wanna play PT for your audience, you can do that. I don't mind it. Very good friend of very good friend. What? What? Praying mantis boobies! Praying mantis boobies. This is a furry. This is literally a furry right here. Praying mantis boobies? Yo, let's go. Let's go. Wait, what am I here for? Oh. $8K? That's a lot of monies. Bro, I don't even know if I could actually sell my fucking console though. I dare not sell my console. Dude, she has like big fucking boobies. Nice. I feel like, okay, now here's the stupid thing right here. It's cool that they have a lot of different enemies and their designs, but like a lot of the stuff is already like really fucking repetitive. Could they get a mod PS way less than 8 because they wanted it for like whatever it is. They wanted the PT experience, you know. They wanted a they wanted a console that has PT on it and not modded. Because if you mod it, you're a filthy modder. That's why. So you have that. It's like super fucking copium. Oh shit. Let me do that. Ow. Jesus Christ. Wow. How many of them are there? Are they just gonna reappear again and again and again? Yeah, they do. Okay. Until it's done. Oh, come on, bro. Okay. Is that more booba? Ooh. What kind of booba is this? When I just realized that I used to own the hobby horse because one of my friends caught. Ooh. Damn. Damn, son. That's some big red booba right there. Not flat chest, at least. Sadly, I had to throw it away. Feels bad. Damn, I'm being a Kumu, man. I just want to see some titties, bro. Oh fuck. Ha! That was an easy one. My mom was angry at me for using so much space.
I can continue my ascent to the peak.
Bug ghosts are kind of cool. Yo, it's totally they're furries. Copium. I'm only here for the furries, copium. Damn, this Chinese level is so fucking long. This motherfucking Chinese level is so long, I swear to God. Oh, I can't even go on the basket, okay. That's how it is. What's one of the long things? This is fucking way too long. This thing is actually way too long. Like, most of the levels right now is just really repetitive. I mean, yeah, they have like crazy cool designs. I mean, crazy cool level designs and whatnot. It's just it's repetitive to actually do the same thing all over again and again and again, right? So what I really want is like a kind of like a different kind of like, not really like a different combat system, but more or less like a different wait, where do I go? Not a different combat system, wait. A different kind of level experience, you know? Rather than like the same experience again and again and again. Because I'm already very tired about this game.
Not enough that they abuse and murder us. They let their spawn feed on our rotting corpses.
Whom's the fuck just said that? Like, it's just becoming a bit annoying that this game has a lot of repetitive stuff. No. No.
Lovers often exchange a lock of hair to symbolize their vows. Human heart is open.
Dude, I thought they said lovers often exchange like fucking head, a lot of head. I was like, wait, they suck cocks? Lovers always exchange a lot of head. They just like to suck cock. I'm tired, that's why. Probably that's the whole reason why. Because I've been streaming for about like 6.5 hours. It's alright, I guess. You know. Could be longer, could be shorter sometimes. Oh shit, sorry. Oh wait. Alright. Let's go back in.
You there, come close. I can recite Red Riding Hood backward. I know my multiplication tables, 2 11s. I have intelligence.
Really? Persuade me.
To remove the obstruction, wake the frog and empty his belly.
Wake that? What about its tongue? And the prospect of warts? Ooh. Anyway, how do you know?
I imagined how it was done while I was sleeping.
What? The fuck are you talking about, bro? What kind of fucking shit is this? Oh my god, bro. Holy shit, bro. Oh shit, I'm getting fucking vored. Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on. I don't want to get fucking vored. Excuse me. Hold on. Oh shit. Oh shit. Go in fun, dude. In fun. Thank you. Oh my god, I'm getting bored again. What the flying fuck? Why am I on? Okay. Oh my god, dude. Oh god, are you kidding me? No! I'm gonna die, man! Jesus Christ. Why not use the DLC dresses to quicken combat? There is that? Actually, I didn't know about that, to be honest though. Like, I never knew though there was something like that. I wanna get there. Oh shit, fuck. What? I'm getting bored again. Holy shit. Yeah, I didn't know there was a DLC for this. Some kind of DLC for this. Fuck me, dude. Get out. Oh shit, I forgot. Okay. Now how do I get up from there then? Oh my god, this fucking vor thing. Are you kidding me? Okay, hold on. Can I get this one instead? Okay, that one is gone. Long gone. Good. EA changing configs. Oh, I see. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me, bro? I'm dead again. Hold on. Yeah. I have no idea how do you even like get away from that. That's the one thing. Like, I don't know how to get away from that. At least I want to get this thing away first. Whoa! Okay, hold on. Oh my god. What's this other one? What? Okay. What the fuck? Okay. Oh, this is going so weirdly. Ah, I'm trapped in the corner, sure. I'm just fucking no. Dude, the fourth thing is just so annoying, plus the fire. Are you kidding me? Go up! Oh my god, bro. Bro, go. Oh, that sucks. Whatever. Take my chances away from this. Oh shit, wow. I can't see shit, holy fuck. Hello? What is happening? Oh my god, I can't even get out. Can I even get out? Can I get out? What the fuck is happening? Huh? Bro, I'm stuck. I'm stuck in him. Oh my god. Get out. Okay, hold on. I want to see if I need a better angle for myself to get up. Oh shit. Oh my god. What the fuck is this attack? I've never seen this one before. That's right, bitch. Stay there. I should have been using the whatever it is instead. What? How the fuck does it not die? Legit. How the fuck does it not die? There we go. It dies now. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. That took like super fucking long.
He'll wake up.
Yeah, it took. Hold on. Huh, okay. Where's this other one? Wait, I saw it somewhere. Hello? Am I just blind? It was on here. Is it not on here? Okay, hold on. What? Wait, what am I supposed to do again? I probably don't remember what am I supposed to do. I got through all the effort. Now it's this stupid whatever it is that I don't remember. Do I just have to hit the gong and that's about it? No. That thing? No. Try and hit the gong. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. I just don't remember what to do because I wasn't even fucking paying attention at all. Oh, here. Okay. Wow. It's like I didn't even fucking pay attention at all. Copium, man. Try again. There we go. Is that it? Okay. Guess that's it. No, I'm probably gonna go for chapter 3 and then we'll see about there. Cause god, this game is super fucking long. I'm not even I'm not even close to finishing like this chapter yet. Cause this chapter is like super fucking long. I mean, I'm at chapter 3. See. But anyways, you can see Booba though. Her chest is pretty fucking huge, not gonna lie. Wasn't that supposed to be another place that I need to go? This one. Oh. Wait, hold on. Oh god. What the fuck? Bro. Shit. Is there another smackdown? Oh shit. Smackdown! There we go. Okay. More of this Cheshire cat.
Only the savage regard the endurance of pain as the measure of worth.
got at least health to work with, I guess. Wait. Wait, what? Hold on. Where is here? Oh, this is here, okay. What was I there for? I don't know. Oh no. Hello? Jesus Christ. Where's this other... no! This one. Needed this one instead. There you go, cool. Oh my god, are you kidding me? What's this thing? Yep, I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Okay. And I'm starting with 3 health! Fuck me! Okay, hold on. What? I killed the whatever it was. I'm low again. Jesus Christ. Okay, boom. Okay. There we go, cool. Now I'm getting my health. Heck yeah. Wait, that's a fucking pig. I just realized. Hold on. There you go, that's a pig. Pig nose. How can I not? There we go. Okay. Oh god. Sure. I don't know if I'm supposed to be killing these things or not, but we'll see. I feel like every fucking Mantis fucking statue there is, it's gonna be like slowly revealing everything. I'm still up, yeah. This game is super long, honestly. I don't even know how fucking long it is. But yeah, look at that. Every fucking time I come here, I come into like another praying Mantis person. Just reveals its clothing. I'm probably gonna end when I'm done with chapter 3 because this chapter is like super fucking long. I don't know how long it is, but it's like super fucking long. What the fuck? Okay, wait, what? So I have to do fucking 4 of these?
A restless seeker on private business.
You can't quit. Yeah, I'm not gonna do a fucking 24-hour stream, I swear.
Uncertainty and unhappiness in her own life.
More platforming.
To see them suffering, she began to fight against the savage murderers, abusers, and defilers without quite knowing why or for whose sake she truly fought, or
what?
How the struggle would end.
Okay, hold on. Cool. Huh. Wait, what? Am I oh, wait. Okay. Am I supposed to go up here? Yeah, I am supposed to go up here. Ah, I see. Okay. I see. Yeah, die! Die, you fucking wasps! Every kind of wasp is fucking shit. You know, wasp is shit. Jump up. Jump up. Thank you. But yeah, I'm gonna say like I just wish this game could not be that very repetitive, I guess. Like it's a good game. I really can see how good this game is. The problem right now is that it's just way too many, like, it's way too repetitive. Like, this game is super fucking repetitive now. This place is so long, solely for the fact because, like, they're giving you block puzzles again, and they're bringing you here again. Then you have to do it like 4 times because, you know, once you do it 4 times, it will work. Blah blah blah. I think this is like the 3rd time I'm here right now, or like the 3rd time I'm doing this platformer fucking thing. And then there's gonna be like a 4th one for sure. Like, they need to stop putting like a bunch of repetitive shit in this game. Which one would I rather do? Platforming or box puzzle? I'd rather do the box puzzle to be done with. Like, I honestly would do the box puzzle. Oh my god. Like, if I were to do like 1 box puzzle, then yeah, sure. 3 box puzzles at the same time, I can also do that. Like, I don't mind doing that. The one that I don't want to do is just fucking platforming until, like, God knows where am I at, you know? Oh, fuck me. Because, like, yeah, you're going through all this fucking obstacles, right? But it's so fucking annoying that you're going through all the obstacles just to, like, finish a chapter when you can actually, like, finish one and then do a bunch, like, you finish one, like, one of each, and then that's about it. Like, I'd rather be done with, like, one only. Like, 1 block puzzle, 1 platforming puzzle, 1 of this shit, you know? I feel like that would have been better apart from putting like 4 of them in this stupid fucking like chapter, because you're making the chapter super fucking long and super fucking repetitive by just doing this. Fuck me. Like, I get the game, and it's a good game. Like, I shouldn't, like, I shouldn't talk bad about this game. This game is, like, really good, I would say. But the problem is that, like, it's just dragging. Like, this thing is just dragging on and on and on. I don't want it to be dragging on and on and on right now. Oh, fuck me, bro. Okay. Like, if... Oh, God. I'm not here! Oh, my God. Where am I right now? What the fuck is this? Oh. Wow. Oh my god, they put me all the way back here. Nice, cool. I mean, some of them do suck, some of them don't suck. Like, take, whatever that game's called. There is a game that I really do like the platforming. Take Spyro, for example. I think Spyro is one of those games that Oh, I've done this already, I forgot. Like, Spyro is one of those games that I really do like the platforming and such. Because it's easy. Mario, I'm not gonna say Mario. Mario's Mario is a decent platformer. I mean, it's alright, but you know, it could be better. Piece of shit. 2D platformer isn't for me. It's not. I think the only good game out of there is like fucking... Hello? It's my... Oh, my shrink is that. Oops. Oh my god, I keep dying. I keep fucking dying. Hold on. Okay, holy shit. Don't want to go through this again. I mean, there's another game like Celeste that Celeste is like actually really good with its platforming. I don't mind that. But it's like too hard for me. A lot of the games that has like platforming is like, okay, it's doable, but it's like kind of hard for me. Like the platforming in this, I don't mind. Like it looks pretty cool. I like it a lot. I don't mind it. Yada yada yada. The problem is that it's just dragging on and on. I don't want to do this fucking thing again. Braid is good. I think Braid is like, it has puzzles if I'm not mistaken, so it's actually like that good. But this one drags so much in this game that like, what's the purpose now? The purpose is just to repeat this.
If I had the time.
There, you hear that? I gone all this way just to find something, and I had to drag my ass to do something again and again and again.
I know what's real.
This chapter just fucking sucks. I mean, I love the character, I love the enemy design, I love like a lot of the designing of like this particular like fucking thing. It's just that it's dragging on and on and on. That's it. It's just dragging super fucking hard. I don't want a game that drags super fucking hard.
My memories are shattered. This wicked train has ruined nearly all I can recall. And Wonderland will perish completely as I lose my mind. So much has changed. I can't help Wonderland if I can't help myself.
Much has changed, but you got it backwards. Save Wonderland and you may save yourself. The carpenter was onto something, but he was hiding from the real. Your goal is to accept it.
Where should I go then? What should I do?
The Queen must be served, Alice. The Queen in all her guises must always be served.
Okay, hopefully this is the last part of the game. I mean, last part of the chapter. Please be the last part of the chapter. if this is not the last part of the chapter, I'm gonna scream.
How can she stem this growing corruption or assist my search?
Holy shit, Alice looks so fucking hot on that. I'm just gonna say this. Alice looks so fucking hot on that.
Not all change is good.
Remember that when you find the Queen.
Oh, finally! Oh, finally!
You there. That's enough of that. Coming a regular this, Nick Alice. What's this time, Fred?
Howling outside the old lady, muttering about a murder in Threadneedle Street, cursing insects.
Fucking Irish accents, oh my god, bro.
To herself. But no danger to others, surely. She don't belong in jail.
Too true, but where then does she belong?
Let's walk her out, Fred. Send her back to Dr. Bambi. He raised holy hell last time I kept her overnight.
Oh, what happened?
Same night Jack Splatter, that waste of mother's love, was nabbed for gutting that heavy outside a mermaid. Yeah, I was taking Alice down and we meet two coppers walking Jack to the cells. He's mad than the usual I never. Wrong bloke nonsense when he sees Alice. That's the bitch what done it, he yells. She screams, you miserable cur. You leech, you maggot, living off another's labour, etc., etc. I'm admiring her line of inquiry, but suddenly she hits her head or something and faints. Couldn't send her home, could I? And Dr. Bumby pitched a fit. Said he'd have me jobbing me arse on a plate. Told him he could have the former. Leave the latter alone.
Honestly, the artwork or the drawing of Alice is like pretty fucking hot, not gonna lie. I like it. Also, I still can't believe a lot of people still use the word jail as G-A-O-L. I think G-A-O-L is really fucking underrated as a spelling, you know? Don't fall for the goth meme. Dude, I love goth women, you know? Anyways, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys tomorrow with more of the Alice thing, because I really do want to, you know, eat and, I don't know, watch some shows, I guess. Joe wants that small titty golf girlfriend. No, I want that small titty furry golf girlfriend. That's what I could say. Anyways, yeah, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys. Well, okay, I have a weird question. Would it be alright if I send you all to the people who actually is gonna be on the front page as well with the that's what I was thinking. Like, maybe I should send you guys to like people who are also gonna be on the front page of Twitch because of the whole HalloFest. If you guys do not know, I'm gonna be on the front page of Twitch next week for HalloFest, but I'm not too sure about that. I mean, there are a bunch of Singaporeans as well. They don't really play like good horror games or bad horror games as I do. Either way, maybe it's my decision. Okay, my decision is that I will be hosting it off to someone else. Actually, is Zero Stream front page safe? I would say, well, if they chose me, then yeah, sure, I guess. But also at the same time, like, I do have to keep my mouth away from a lot of stuff, you know? No, yeah, definitely not. But you know, Twitch is allowing me to put me on the front page, so there's that. I'm not gonna be hosting it off to any kind of like person, I guess, or like I'm not gonna be hosting it off to the whoever is on the front page next week, but I'm gonna host it off to someone that I know, which is Double Edger. Anyways, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys tomorrow with more of the Alice in Alice Madness Returns. Pretty cool game. Hopefully I can finish it tomorrow. If I can't finish it tomorrow, then whatever. Anyways, yeah, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys. Take care. Love you. See you. Bye.